All right, welcome everybody to the Super 16 race. This is race number 9 in our series of of Super 16 races that have been going on for almost 10 years now. We have quite a show for you today. We've got a whole bunch of players right now lined up, waiting in the race room for us to get going. There's I don't know what, like 15 people, I think, something like that. A whole bunch of people all set up. You have the game list here on the right. Kirby Superstar through Donkey Kong Country 3. We're going to be playing these games in order, a short goal of each game. You can see the goal in parentheses there. I am joined by my co-host, Smart Alec 24.
Hello, everybody.
All right, I am going to get the players started right now. Actually, I need just a moment to do something on the back end here that I should have done before we started this.
No worries. Yeah, this should be a good race. So the racers have had 2 months to practice these games, and they've been putting in a lot of work, optimizing as much as possible. So this should be good.
Okay, yeah, it will take me just a moment. I have to fix something on the back end here.
In the meantime, I can at least talk about the game list here. So everybody's going to start with Kirby Superstar, and then the list: Street Fighter Alpha 2, Frogger, Power Pigs, Arkanoid Do It Again, Maui Mallard, Tetris Attack, Mega Man X3, Wiz, Zoop, Prince of Persia 2, Lost Vikings 2, Incantation, King of Demons, Mario RPG, and finishing it off with Donkey Kong Country 3. So some relatively obscure games, but then some games here that I think a lot of people have at least heard of. So. Alrighty. Looks like we are going to get this race started here just momentarily. Alright. The countdown has begun, everybody. And we are officially off.
Cool.
Super 16 number 9.
That's right. We'll see him start on screen in just a moment here.
Yeah. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay between race time and what we're seeing on the stream, but I'll focus just on the stream.
And looks like they're all queuing up here.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. We are off.
There we go.
Okay, so for Kirby Superstar, we did something a little bit different compared to what we've done in past Super 16s. Normally, we start every game with a clean file, fresh file, but with this one, we actually allowed you to unlock Revenge of Meta Knight, which is one of the playable stories in this game. We allowed you to unlock that early, by playing the Dynablade mode. And right off the bat, Zatox and Zockerstu and Fee all get the Jet ability. So Kirby, if you've never played a Kirby game, the objective is basically Kirby can inhale enemies and copy their abilities. But if you inhale 2 enemies together, you get an item wheel, and that will randomly spin around to basically your goal is to try to land on a specific item that you would want. So they try to get this Jet ability. It doubles as an attack, and it's a great movement option for them to move forward. Slim Kirby opting not to take that, but that's okay. It's tough to get the Jet ability, so you know, some runners may elect to just go ahead and just play the game without worrying about that and taking different abilities instead. But as you can see, Zockerstu and Zatox and Fee all just cruising through this. So unlike other Kirby games like Kirby's Adventure and Kirby's Dream Land 2, when you take damage in this game, you don't automatically lose your copy ability. You can lose it, but it's not just because you take a hit. I think you have to take a certain amount of damage before you lose it. And also, your copy ability does not work underwater. So there is some swimming here, but when you're underwater, you are not able to use any ability that you have. Slim Kirby opting for the wing ability, which is still pretty good. You can get some extra height with your jumps there. So you're able to drop through platforms. You can also swim, but again, you can't use your abilities in the water. And yeah, this is our first auto-scroller section of the race. There's going to be a couple of these in this mode, but you know, the runners have had 2 months to practice, so a lot of this is just remember what the screens look like, remember what obstacles are coming, and you're pretty much good to go at that point.
Yeah, it feels like the players enjoyed this one pretty much from what I could tell from the practice. Like, the ones that I hear the least about are usually the ones that people like the most, so...
Definitely, yeah. Most of people's comments are negative about games, so if the game is not really being negatively talked about, people tend to like it.
Right.
So, yeah. What's interesting about this boss fight against Wispy Woods is that when you have the Jet ability, you can just kick, and so they're just running right up to their faces and just kicking them, and the boss fight's already over. Another thing is that Kirby has a couple extra moves that he can do at any time. So double tapping forward, he can run. Normally he just walks, but you can run. Also, if you hold down and you press jump, Kirby will do a slide attack, and that counts as an attack. So if you don't have an ability, but you need to fight enemies, and there's going to be a couple of spots like that where you need to defeat some enemies, you can use your slide attack to take care of enemies like that. You can also do this charge ability with the Jet power-up. Zatox and Zockerstu and Fee all on the same screen right now. Good stuff.
Yeah, it is nice seeing the sync this early on. That's good.
I know, yeah.
See how long we keep it.
Right. Normally, we try to keep like some of like the easier / shorter goals near the front. This goal is a little bit longer than usual, but to be fair, this game is also not punishing at all. If you do like die, you're just back on the same screen that you're on, no issue. So yeah.
Yeah. Usually we do start with the shorter ones at first. Part of it is out of consideration for the blind racers. There's always a few people who are playing this without having practiced the games. And we want them to be able to get some momentum going before they get to the real stoppers. But it's also just kind of nice to kind of just get some momentum in general for everyone. But this was the exception because this was the first time that we had started from something that wasn't the beginning of the game. So we wanted to put it first just in case people, needed to beat those other levels to unlock this or something like that, and they didn't realize that their game wasn't in that state until they came into the race room. We wanted to just give them a few minutes to do that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you have to. One of the default stages is called Dynablade. You just have to beat that level, and then this one unlocks. I don't know if you can play another level to unlock this one, but when I was doing testing, it was done. Yeah, gotcha.
This is I think this level would normally be like the third stage you do in a speed run. Is that right? I think
it might be, yeah.
I have not speedrun this game. I played
No,
this casually just to sort of get a sense of which Kirby game we wanted. Also played
Mhm.
KDL 3. I think that was the Kirby game. There was the other one, and this one just was a lot better in my opinion. I just
I
liked it a
gotcha.
lot more. So we ended
Yeah.
up going with this one.
It's a fun one. I played this for the first time this week, and I had a lot of fun with it. It was fun testing out all the different abilities, and so right now we're on the Halberd, which is Meta Knight's ship, and I'm not the world's biggest Kirby fan, but I've played some Kirby games throughout the years. But it's for any Smash Brothers Brawl fans for the Subspace Emissary story mode. Basically, that mode is basically just Revenge of Meta Knight because all of these like traps and launchers that propel you forward and everything, they literally just bring those into Smash Brothers, and it's just kind of funny. And so Zocker Stu dealing with this cannon boss, you just have to destroy the main part of the cannon. You don't have to worry about the other part of it. That's the only one that has a health bar. So essentially what's happening is you're going around to different parts of the halberd to destroy it. So like you'll destroy both of the wings, you'll go to, I believe, the engine room, and you'll deal with that. And then at the very end, you deal with Meta Knight, and then you escape. And then at that point, that will be the end of this goal. But so far, the 4 racers on screen, they're all doing well.
Yes, that's right. And we picked people who have had quite a lot of experience with Super 16 races in the past to show among our initial 4. So should be no surprise that these folks are pretty competent.
Mm-hmm. I believe Zocker Stu and Zatox, I think each of them have won, chat might be able to correct me here, 2 Super 16s each in the past, if I'm not mistaken. I might be, but yeah, they are former Super 16 champions, so they know exactly how to prepare for events like this.
And throughout the race, you will see, let me see, there are 13 people racing right now, and throughout the race, you will see other people rotated in. We're going to try to get everybody on the screen for at least some amount of time, but at any given time, we'll probably try to at least keep the top 3 people, the front 3 people. But at this point, we're so early, we don't even really know who's going to be the front runners, so we're just going to let this play out for a bit. Maybe we'll check in again around game 3. See how everyone's frogs are doing.
So right now, Zocker Stu and Zatox are on the auto-scroller part where Heavy Lobster is trying to chase him down. I had to look up the name of this boss, but or I think I did. I can't remember. I don't remember if the game tells you, but Zatox standing behind the boss and just using the kick ability that you get with Jet, and yeah, no problem. Zocker Stu about to get there. So we see Slim Kirby hovering above these enemies to try to play it safe. That's literally what you do in Kirby games. You can take this as safe or as aggressive as you'd like, which that's kind of by design. I know when Kirby's Dream Land, the first Kirby game, was made, that was the whole intention, was you can either do this super fast or you can just hover around everything and take your time and still be able to beat the game.
Yeah, that's what I did when I was playing KTL.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, I could just like suck in a bunch of air and just float above everything.
Yeah, go for it. They let you do that, yeah.
Yeah.
So Zatox right here is going to hit this switch with the plasma ability. Normally you'd have to platform around and then hit the switch and then go back, but he's able to go ahead and hit the switch right there to destroy those blocks. So that's going to save some time there. He did have to ditch the jet ability, but that's fine, because at this point, plasma is what we're looking for here. Fikun, I think, is looking for a new ability. Oh. But unfortunately takes damage there. Slim Kirby navigating their way through. They've still got the plasma ability. Zocker Stu does the same strat that Zatox pulled off. So the boss that Zatox is fighting, You need to get this laser to hit this core right here on the right. You can't damage it normally at all, so you just need to bait that blue turret, that laser turret, to shoot into the core, and it will destroy it that way. And yeah. So, the reactor's been damaged. Well, actually, it's been destroyed, but
That's kind of like damage.
sort of, yeah, that's fair enough. I guess if something is destroyed, it was damaged. So
Yeah, right. It's damage plus.
there you go. So before boss fights, you are allowed, if you don't have a certain item or anything, the game will give you a choice of some items that you can grab. But Zatox is sticking with Plasma, which is what you're going to want here. I love the dialogue on Zatox's screen where, you know, they're all talking about we need to abandon ship, but some of them are so loyal to Meta Knight that they're gonna stay on this ship and try to deal with Kirby. It's pretty funny.
Do you know to what extent manipulation is possible in your ability?
I'm not entirely sure, but as far as, because I think the item wheel is probably the only thing I can think of where if you know the order of the items and you just time it correctly, you'll get whatever item you want, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
So Zatox does something interesting here. So I kind of forgot to talk about the helper ability, but basically you can get rid of your ability and it will turn into a helper where essentially you go back to regular Kirby, but then the helper will just basically act as the ability you just had. So normally the Meta Knight fight, you just take the sword and you fight him and that's that. But Zatox, what he did was he took the sword, but then reabsorbed the plasma, the helper, and now he defeated Meta Knight using plasma instead of the sword, which is a little bit faster. And Zockerstu on the way to fight Meta Knight. Zatox going for the escape sequence. So the escape sequence, it's, you know, there's nothing too crazy here. Meta Knight is just going to fly around and try to hit you, but, you know, you still got plenty of health. As long as you remember what obstacles are coming, you'll just keep in mind when to jump, and as soon as you get off the halberd, you're done and you're moving on to the next game. Zockerstu with a good fight against Meta Knight. And there we go. Zatox has cleared Revenge of Meta Knight.
And there we go. Now there is an obligatory 45-second wait in between games, just to give everyone time to switch games and set up their controls or whatever settings need to be adjusted here. All right, we are joined by our commentator, our guest commentator for Street Fighter Alpha 2, Kydrin.
Cajun, but you're good. Hello, everyone. I speedran this game a couple years ago, and I guess I was the only guy they could find for the job. So you know, I'll do my best.
All right, so the goal is just 4 opponents. So
yeah, Street Fighter Alpha 2 is it's a weird Super Nintendo game. This came out in 1996, so it was very much at the tail end of you know, the SNES's life cycle. And as a result, this game, like, this version works fine, but you notice that, you know, during battle transitions or whatever, when it says fight and then, you know, a round is starting, there is a significant delay before it actually starts. Like 3, 4, 5 seconds. That's not an emulator bug or anything like that. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
So That's kind of the first thing I felt I should mention because it's something interesting character choice from Zoctor here. Most of the people that have run Alpha 2 either choose Ryu, who that's the character the world record is with, I believe, and or they choose let me think. Chun-Li, Akuma are some of the other ones that tend to get picked. I actually did do Ken. I think technically speaking, I am like the fastest Ken player, at least for 4 stars on this. But is not a common pick. We did see here that Zaytots did do Akuma though, which is more typical.
Now, we did not regulate how many stars. What's your thought on that choice for this run?
I think I'm not at the most popular category is 4 stars. I'm not actually sure if like 2 stars is faster or whatever, because I imagine the enemy AI would be easier, so less potential to mess up or whatever. But I only really have experience with 4 stars, so I'm not fully certain. Did we catch what difficulty they chose or
I
how
did
many
not
stars they put?
see. Maybe chat saw. If anyone noticed, let us know how many stars they chose. And it's interesting in a lot of fighting games, we'll see that speedrunners tend to prefer the higher difficulty level because it adds less randomness to the AI or to the
Yeah.
the computer opponent, because often they'll just write like, here's the computer's AI, and then if they want to make it easier, they just add a bunch of randomness where it doesn't always do the best thing. But
Yeah.
speedrunners don't want randomness.
Yeah, I've run fighting games where like the easiest difficulty is the most popular, the hardest is the most popular,
Yeah.
which is pretty common, like I said, and then this is kind of that in between the 4 stars. So I'm not really sure like what would be most optimal or whatever here, but it's something. Uh, uh, there's not a I shouldn't say there's not a ton of strategy, but generally, the strategy you see is just using, using a lot of overhead kits, using a bunch of special moves and canceling into them, and just beating on your opponent and hoping that AI doesn't mess you up.
Yeah,
That tends to be
yeah.
like the. Sorry,
No, you're good. You're good.
I was gonna say that MEAI just that tends to be kind of the killer for a lot of fighting game speedrunners because if they happen to do something you did expect or interrupt you or whatever, that can end up losing you quite a bit of time. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
there's
was, I
nothing.
was, I was. Oh, go ahead, Fiesel.
There's nothing unblockable you can do, right? There's nothing that's guaranteed they won't block it.
um not as far as I am aware, no.
I was just going to point out that the thing I'm noticing is that everybody is basically just trapping their opponents in the corner. That way they can't really do anything, and you just wail on them at that point.
Mm-hmm. Though, oh, speaking, you mentioned trapping in the corner and then douse him on Zaytos' screen. Try to teleport, try to get away.
Yeah, he's trying.
Yeah. Probably gonna be seeing a lot of perfects here, just because the round's so quick. But did the other two just beat Revenge of Meta Knight?
They
Looks
did.
like.
Yeah. And Zoctor and Zaytots here, Zaytots is already done.
Yep, he's going to be moving on to Frogger next.
Yeah, so since we're only being 4 opponents, it's so short that by the time it's playing basics or whatever, it's like they already zipped through.
You could stick around a little more. We don't have a guest commentator for Frogger. It's fine.
I don't really know anything about Frogger, so
The nice thing about
Not
Frogger is you
gonna say.
don't need to know anything about Frogger.
That's true.
That's
That's
fair
true.
enough. That's
Like,
fair
if you're-
enough.
You know that if a car
Frogger-
hits a frog, the frog dies. That's it.
Yeah. Frogger is also a very late I think it was the last SNES game released in North America.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. So 2 bet like very late Super Nintendo releases.
Mm-hmm.
We have two different character choices here at the bottom. What do you think of that?
Let's see here. I don't actually. That's really like that's kind of weird. Not bad weird. I'm just not expecting it. Like we have 4 different character choices from everyone here. We had Ken, Akuma, Sakura, and Dan, or Sagat. Looking at the wrong guy there.
So I guess I'll talk a little bit about Frogger here. So, this is a SNES port of the classic game. Toward the end of the SNES life cycle, they did start porting a lot of like classic arcade games to the Super
Yeah.
Nintendo. And Frogger was one of them. So, there's a couple of things to point out. So first off, the actual platforms like in the river, like the logs and the turtles or whatever, as far as I know, they're always on a set pattern. There's no like RNG there. Same with the traffic. And basically you need to get 5 frogs to the end there, and get all of them into their homes. But the thing is that if you're slightly left or slightly right when trying to get into the holes at the top, you can still die that way.
Right.
So,
It's very unforgiving. Like even compared to the Atari game, which is what I was more familiar with, it's very unforgiving on this. It's sort of strange. What a choice.
Yeah. So the goal here is to beat. Yeah, I did see that death on Zakura's screen. But the goal is to beat 4 stages. I think a loop has 8 stages, but the thing is that you don't get infinite continues or anything like that. If you lose all your lives, you're done. So just so that people aren't stuck playing this for an hour or whatever, it's like we'll cut it a little short.
Yeah, we got a lot to do today. We don't need to to repeat. Go ahead.
I actually felt that I should mention. So I said I don't know anything about Super Nintendo Frogger, like this version. I assume it's pretty similar, but I am actually a board mod for the original arcade Frogger. So I just thought it was a funny coincidence.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, they got Frogger the arcade down the street from me. I'm gonna have to play it now. I never played the arcade version. I was an Atari kid, so.
I do quite like Frogger. Frogger is pretty fun. Just never played Super Nintendo or Genesis version. Because I'm pretty sure this also came out on Genesis, right?
It did, yeah.
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
We should have done a score goal for this one. I'm like noticing all the opportunities for score packing.
Right. So there in the homes you can see an alligator head come out every once in a while. If the alligator head is fully out and he's roaring at you, you can't jump in the hole, otherwise you're dead. But if he's starting to appear there and you jump in, you're fine. So I think Zocker and Zatox are both on level 4 here. And there's also alligators in the river there. You can jump on their tail and their back, just don't jump on their head because you're going to get eaten. And also it's worth mentioning that every 10,000 points you do get an extra life. So that can bail you out in case you're struggling.
Yeah, very helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like the other 2 are about at the end of their Alpha 2 run.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I probably will be heading out shortly after. Oh, hello.
Hello, welcome.
Not unmuted yet, I guess.
Yeah. In the meantime, Zocker Stu, just finishing Frog, are going to be moving on to our next game, Power Pigs of the Dark Age.
And with that, we are joined by guest commentator Shindig Pig, who is going to talk about Power Pigs, which is a game probably most people watching were not familiar with until the Super 16 came around this year. That's my guess.
I also never heard of it until 2 years ago when I did runs for it. Pretty weird game, pretty late in the SNES life cycle too, 96.
Mm-hmm. We're just getting so many late SNES games right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and This one is janky. It's weird. It's, as you see, it's like an MS Paint art style almost. It's a very strange game.
Yeah.
And it can be pretty rough. There are some kind of BS jumps throughout it. The boss fights can be pretty hard. They can cost a lot of time even if you don't die. Luckily, the first 4 levels, which is the goal here, is fairly reasonable. So hopefully no huge blow-ups or anything. About the biggest thing that could happen here would be like a boss death, or there's an underground area in level 4 that you do not want to go into at all. So I'm hoping nobody falls into that.
So I'm noticing a lot of damage boosting on these spikes just to kind of skip past some sections.
Yeah,
Like Zatox right there, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say 70% of the run you're sitting here damage boosting everything, and specifically for some reason hazards like spikes, lava pits / grease pits, I think they are in this game. The iframes last way longer than touching an enemy, so you generally want a damage boost off of environmental hazards. This first level is pretty straightforward. You kind of just hold right, jump when you gotta jump, damage boost when you got a damage boost. It's a very, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this game that's anything other than just it's a surreal and strange game, and I'm not surprised that nobody's ever heard of it.
Yeah, I'll admit I had not heard of this game when the list was being revealed and everything, but then I played it for a little bit, and from the little bit I played, I kind of liked it. It was jank, but like I kind of liked it. So maybe I'll play this one more in the future.
If you can embrace the jank, this game can be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Full disclosure, the last level is never going to be fun.
Oh
it's
boy.
awful. It is really bad.
Gotcha.
It's about 3 times longer than every other level in the game, and it's just loaded with lag and enemies everywhere. It's really awful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say I think I'm about to head out because Alpha 2's done. So I hope y'all have a good time streaming and runners playing the games.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Yeah, when we're putting this list together, neither myself nor Ugariel, the other person who makes this game list, had heard of this game, but we were just kind of looking at what games were coming out the last I think year and a half. We focused on the last year and a half of the SNES life cycle for this for this list, and it just it didn't necessarily look good, but it looked like a lot of something. Like there's a lot went into this. There's a lot of detail. It wasn't like unplayably bad. It was actually kind of fun, despite like you say, the jank. And I don't know. I'm just really surprised that we had never heard of this, because this doesn't look like some throwaway game. Like someone put a lot of effort into this, and there's clearly something that more people needed to see.
I was surprised I hadn't heard of it. With my whole thing is pigs. How did I not know this was a thing?
So you didn't have this your username before you played this game?
No, I did. Yeah, I've had this username for a long, long time. But
Wow.
that's why I was surprised I've never heard of this.
Okay.
All the other pig things I've heard of.
So we see Zatox fighting the first boss. Zakerstu defeated that boss, but so you can use your butt bounce to break boxes to get more of these silver donuts and throw them at this dragon head. Zatox rocking half a donut here. I don't know why it's donuts as like the items in the food. Yeah, I don't know why it's donuts, but
The lore is that before Bruno here, the main character, this guy's name is Bruno.
Okay.
The lore is that he was the head donut taster at a local donut shop, and he was called into duty. So
That is
I'm not
amazing.
joking. That's the
That's
actual lore.
amazing.
The 3 characters on the main screen were originally all supposed to be playable, but then they canceled that and just Bruno. But they all were donut shop employees. So the health, the power-ups, and the coins, like the Mario coin type thing, are donuts. Like these little silver things are donut holes.
That's incredible. So unfortunately, Zatox did take a death on that, so he's got to make his way back to the Dragon Head. Soccer Stew on stage 4, which is the goal for this game.
And the bosses were the thing I was thinking would cost people the most. Zocker had a really nice dragon fight, really clean, like what I would call like a 2-cycle basically. A cycle being each time it switches sides. For this fight, you've got to destroy both ears before you can actually kill the main head. And that back ear, Zatox just got there, that it can be kind of a pain to get sometimes, especially if you're at half a donut and you got to clutch it.
Yeah, Zatox, speaking of clutching it, he got it. He finished it with half of a donut left. The top left is your health, and then the top is the type of donut you have as your weapon. Meanwhile, Fikun and Slim Kirby are both on level 4. Oh, Fikun was almost done with level 4. Took a game over. Slim Kirby trying to close this out.
And Soccer just got done with the Power Pigs goal.
Yep, that is that. He will be moving on to game 5. Arkanoid do it again.
We don't have a guest commentator for that, so definitely feel free to stick around and keep talking about Power Pigs, please.
Arkanoid's fun too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great game.
Less
I will
jank.
say, yeah, that's true. I
That's
will
a real
say,
game.
yes, Jugario and I were good friends, and he asked if I could help playtest a few of these games because they were deciding on goals and everything, and Arkanoid was one of the ones I helped test. So if anybody hates this game, then inadvertently this is my fault. But no, I had I had fun with this one. It's you're allowed to change the difficulty to easy, which is I believe helpful because I think on easy item drops are more likely. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I noticed when I was playing this. So Zatox on the Lost City of Swine in Power Pigs. Slim Kirby about to start Power Pigs.
I'm actually going to swap right now for Gamma Goblin, who is currently playing Power Pigs.
Nice. So I guess a little bit about Arkanoid. So this is your standard like block breaker game. When you break certain blocks, you can get all sorts of different power-ups. You can get an ability that puts an electric barrier at the bottom, which is basically a second chance or like an extra life. You can get paddle extenders to make your paddle longer, to make it easier to bounce the ball back. Or you can get a spaceship that allows you to shoot lasers directly in front of you. And that's going to be very useful on a couple rounds later. And you see these silver blocks in the middle on Zocker Stew's screen. Those take multiple hits to destroy. And if you see a gold block, you can't destroy that at all. So Zatox fighting the dragon boss here for Power Pigs.
Clutch that one too.
Yeah.
Well done.
Another clutch boss fight, but he got it done. He can move on to Arkanoid.
There is a checkpoint in front of this in front of both bosses, I guess, too. There is a checkpoint you can grab. I was curious to see if people were going to grab it. I don't think I've seen anybody grab the dragon one yet.
Gamma Goblin fighting the Dragon Head. So when I was playing this game, when I was playing Power Pigs, I was like, oh, a butt bounce. Surely that's an attack I can use, right? No. If I try to butt bounce on an enemy, I take damage instead. So but you get a sword and you get projectiles, so it's fine. It's just
Yeah, only Mario's butt is made of steel.
apparently, yeah. So another thing in Arkanoid that you can actually get warps that will skip the current stage you're on and go right to the next stage. The goal for the Super 16 is to beat round 11, because round 11 is a boss fight. So it's the first boss of the game. And you cannot get item drops there. So it made sense to just make the goal that, to just beat a boss. There's no way to warp past him or anything like that. So,
Which is fortunate because we didn't think about that about the warping past them.
Yeah.
When we made this goal, and then we were
yeah,
like, oh shoot.
thankfully it worked out, yeah. So there are enemies that can spit out at random times. So Zocker had an enemy where he hit him with the ball and it blew up into 3 separate balls, and those balls can destroy the blocks. But round 6, as you can see, there's an entire row of silver blocks. So you want to get this spaceship and just shoot this all the way down, and you still have to pay attention to where the ball is going to make, because you don't want to be shooting this and then you're not paying attention and all of a sudden the ball goes past you. So just want to take care of that. Zatox gets an item that splits the ball into multiple balls to bounce around. Trying to get that there we go. Zombie Train and Gamma Goblin making their way through stage 3 of Power Pigs.
What do you think is the hardest part about this particular goal, going up through and including Lost City of Swine?
I honestly, speed-wise, that the dragon head, the wood dragon thing, that is so hard to do fast. It's like, at least speed-wise, that's probably the hardest part of the entire game. Just don't die-wise, probably not falling in Lost City of Swine, or just like you're seeing Gamma here. It's so easy to just death by 1,000 cuts in this game. Just because there's a billion enemies everywhere. So I'd probably say not getting lost or falling down in the underground. Hopefully nobody does that in the race, because it's really awful down there. But probably the dragon, I would say, is the hardest part of the 4 levels here. This boss on this Lost City of Swine, luckily, isn't awful. It's pretty manipulatable, and you can kind of take it as slow as you need to. And there's a checkpoint right there that nobody is grabbing.
Is this based on some kind of IP, or did they just make up the lore for this one game?
To my understanding, they were going to do a lot more with this IP. This was like the first step of like a Genesis port, and then a cartoon, and like a whole thing. And then it was this, so it didn't go anywhere, because why would it have?
It started with this, though? That's so strange.
It is, yeah.
It is, yeah. It's everything about this game is so strange.
Like the art style, like, kind of looks like a cartoon, so you would think, oh, maybe this was a cartoon first, and then they made a game. It's like, no, they made the game, then wanted to make the cartoon.
Oh, there's that infamous change.
Oh!
So Zombie Train just fell through the level.
Oh no!
I don't know what to do here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zombie Train is going to
That's
restart.
all you can do. That was the fear, is that kind of thing happens, because that is the ultra jank that is this game.
Oh, does this game have? If this game has passcodes, I feel like would we allow that? If
we would, we do. I'm trying to just see.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember too. I think there might be one after that 3rd level, but I can't remember if so what it is. Quick Google search.
Yeah. So we did kind of miss Arkanoid a little bit up here. Zockers 2 is fighting this giant worm boss. Basically, the idea is try to keep the ball above the worm. That way it keeps bouncing around up there and hitting him. Also, Zatox earlier did hit a warp that I was mentioning. And round 9, we'll see it on Zatox's screen. There is a manipulation you can do to immediately get the ball through the very small gap at the top in order to break those 5 blocks, because it's surrounded by gold blocks. We'll see that here in a little bit. Meanwhile, Gamma Goblin is waiting to start Arkanoid.
I have dropped that information in the chat, just in case Zombie Train wishes to do that.
Gotcha. Yeah, if something like that happens, if the game allows passwords, you can return to where you were. Let's see.
Right.
Zatox did get the manipulation. So normally, what you would have to do, there are these bubble enemies that come out, and they will absorb you, like they'll take the ball, and then they will teleport and spit you back out. So thankfully, Zatox did not have to rely on that. And Zocker Stew is moving on to Maui Mallard and Cold Shadow.
And we have a guest commentator for Maui Mallard. We have SBD Wolf. Welcome.
Hello, hello. I have actually never run this game. I have run the Genesis counterpart of this, which is a pretty different game, but I know a thing or two about this game.
Sounds good.
I guess to give a bit of background, this is a game that was made by Disney Interactive back when Disney had their own like in-house studio, and they used to make games like this. It was supposed to be its own original IP. They had plans to make a cartoon and a sequel, and I believe everything got cancelled. But you take up the role of totally not Donald Duck. This is supposed to be Maui Mallard, an alter ego. You get invited over an island to solve a mystery, something. So the way you control around is basically the fastest way of movement is to just run, and you want to jump as little as possible because that slows you down. And then you have a gun, and you have the ability to collect other bugs that can be more powerful for certain bosses. And that's mostly it as far as the basics go. So for the first level, this is Mojo mentioned. It's gonna be a lot of sliding block puzzles. So the idea of like stepping on a switch and letting blocks move. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward movement. So yeah, I believe this might be the first one. The Genesis version is very different. I mentioned this earlier. It's one of those cases, it's kind of like Disney's Aladdin, where you got two versions that like follow roughly the same theming, but the levels themselves are actually completely different, and the physics are different and stuff like that. So if you have played that game there or on PC, the PC version is based off of the Genesis version, then this is different. But yeah, it looks like Zatox also recently started the game.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not looking at too big of a difference right now.
So, from what I've played, basically, you want to try not to collect so much loot in this version so that you can avoid a bonus.
Yes, that is correct. I don't remember the exact percentage. This is not something you have to worry about in the Genesis version, but yeah, it might have been over 50%, but you don't want to collect too much of this.
Yeah.
And it's scattered throughout the entire stage, so sometimes you're going to have to avoid stuff intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
The way the Genesis version handles it is, I believe there are certain enemies that are designated to drop a ticket that gets you to the bonus stage. So you would avoid. You would just have to avoid one thing and one thing only.
Right. And so the goal here is to beat the first two worlds.
Yes.
And then they can move on.
And that actually works out very nicely because the later part of this game is like infamously very RNG heavy. So
I see.
I'm glad runners aren't going through level 5. That's the most infamous part.
Gotcha. So Zocker Stew grabbing the chain and jumping off and back on instead of having to just climb it all the way up normally, saving a little bit of time there.
It looks a bit goofy, but it is faster than actually climbing the chain normally. And then this is the organ climb, which will lead to the boss. I believe, I might be wrong, but I think this is just fought with the standard gun.
Yeah, I think all you have to do is just shoot the boss with your gun, and that's pretty much it.
So the other guns that you can collect, those will have limited ammunition. But the way the regular gun works is you have 50 projectiles, and the longer you stay idle without shooting the gun, the more you'll regenerate projectiles. But yeah, making use of just some short jumps to hit the boss as it's jumping around, and then making short work of it.
Yep.
And then in level 2, we get introduced to the kind of main gimmick of this game, which is the ability to be able to turn into ninja form. So right here, there's going to be the shaman that gives us those powers. So there's going to be a dedicated morph button, and you get a stick instead of a gun, and you fight enemies like that. And it also allows you to grapple onto hooks, which is, I think, something that we'll get to see in this level already. Yeah, there's one right here.
Yeah, right there.
So it is faster to let go of the hook and then re-grab it from the opposite direction, technically. I'm not sure how much of that we'll see, because that is a little bit risky. Hooks are kind of known to be a little bit finicky in this game. They have a weird hitbox.
Yeah, I think when I was playing this on my own, I tried to grab onto a hook and nothing happened. I just kept falling. I'm like, wait, what? So,
yeah, that's kind of a classic experience.
Yeah. So right here, these statues, they're going to keep spitting out enemies, but then eventually you'll be able to go into the statue and take control and knock over walls and stuff like that.
Yeah, you are required to activate these statues to otherwise you can't proceed past these walls.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Zaytok's about to join Zockerstu in World 2. Gamma Goblin on round 9 of Arkanoid, trying to get to the top there to get those blocks. Slim Kirby almost done with Power Pigs. They're fighting the final boss of the goal there.
Yeah, I'm looking around trying to find anyone else who's in Arkanoid. I'm not sure that anyone else is. These may be the 4 frontrunners right now, which is quite a spread. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Slim Kirby, no. That's okay, they can try. Oh, it's a game over. But again, you are allowed to continue, so.
By the way, small move that Zokerso just used, that's another thing you can do as Ninja. You can grab in between walls and climb that way.
Yeah.
So the Ninja Training Grounds, which is this level, it kind of serves as an introduction to the ninja mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
This level is played mostly as ninja, like the game won't really allow you to proceed much with Maui. But then later on, like the parts of the game that we're not gonna see, it's gonna ask a lot more heavy use of just switching characters to use their own mechanics for specific sections. More statues. More destroying walls. They're slow. They're definitely pretty slow.
Yeah. It's what you gotta do, though. There's no other way to proceed, so.
It is so slow.
Yeah.
They're faster on the Genesis version.
Ooh.
Actually, in the Genesis version, you can skip them all, because you can kind of zip everywhere.
Ah, okay.
Zockerstu
doing more of that climbing.
The game throws a bit of a curveball doing these climbs because it adds these crumbling blocks on the side, so you won't be able to wedge for very long.
Uh-oh, does it look frozen there?
Yeah, it's frozen on my end, yeah.
I was gonna say.
I've got audio, but.
Just a sec.
Sorry, everybody. We'll get this sorted out here in just a second.
The last screen of the Ninja Training Grounds should be... It introduces wings, basically. So it's these things that go back and forth.
Oh.
Okay, we
there we
get
go.
to see it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Alrighty.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just froze when I put up Chrono's stream for some reason. I'll have to look into that. But we did have a third player who was on, Chrono Ness was on Mallard. Is.
And I believe we're about to fight the boss here.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. So this is kind of straightforward. You just hit their feet. This is literally the best form of attack. I think not because it deals more damage. I think all of your moves do the same amount of damage, but it's just not a move that it can defend against. So this is gonna be the strategy for every single ninja, if I'm not mistaken. And then this is gonna be the last. This is War 2. The game is normally 8 levels long. So this is about a fourth of the full run. Although, on top of getting to skip the RNG sections, we also get to skip a few auto-scrollers, so that's pretty nice.
Yes. Gamma Goblin defeated the Worm in Arkanoid. They'll be moving on. Slim Kirby about to start Arkanoid.
And I think this is the last wave before fighting the top of the statue itself. This thing's looking suspiciously like Daffy Duck. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there we go.
And I think this goes down pretty quickly. That's it. So
And that's
Pearson
that,
should
yeah.
be ready to move on. And Zaytok's also not far behind, basically just fighting the same boss.
Yep.
Going through the green ninjas. I think all of these technically are supposed to have different moves, but they don't really get to do much.
And meanwhile, Zockerstu starting. I think this was the most practiced game in the last 2 months. Tetris Attack. I saw a lot of this game the last 2 months from people who were doing the race. But thankfully, the goal is only versus mode on easy, which is 10 stages. And, yeah, we'll see how they do.
Gamma Goblin starting on Mario Mallard as well in the meantime, it looks like.
I do like that in Maui Mallard. So, like, there are bottomless pits in some stages, but if you fall in the water, you just bounce right back out.
Yes.
Which is nice. And Zaytok's clearing Maui Mallard goal, moving on to Tetris Attack.
Actually, I believe even on easy mode, the water barely does any damage at all.
Huh.
Which I'm assuming is what these people are playing on.
Yeah, Maui Mallard, you were allowed to switch to easy.
Yeah,
So-
it's literally doing 1 damage.
yeah, 1 damage. Oh boy. So every Super 16 we try to get a puzzle game. We want to have some variety in the list, and we've had stuff like Wario's Woods, Tetris 2, etc. So Tetris Attack is, I personally find, a really complicated puzzle game. I like puzzle games, but this is a really tricky one. It's not so much about clearing these tiles, it's about getting chains and getting combos, because the objective is you want to send a bunch of like garbage blocks over to your opponent's side, and if they can't clear that out or anything, then they lose and you win, and you need to win 10 times. If you do fail, if you do die, you can just start over from where you were, so it's not super punishing or anything. But yeah, this I saw Zockerstu and Zaytox playing this a lot, so it's not a surprise that this was the game that everybody was just playing a whole lot of.
I'd say the skill ceiling is really high on this. This is one of those
Yes.
games where the people who are, like in a lot of games, like the people who are really, really good versus the people who are really good, it's like a 1 second difference, in a speed run or something. And with this, it's like tremendous. It's like an exponential difference.
Yes. So one strategy that I use, which I don't advise this, but if you just want to clear this goal, this can sometimes work, is I purposefully build the stack really high and start clearing stuff off the bottom and pray that you magically just get chains and combos that way, because sometimes that'll happen. You'll just get a combo out of nowhere that you weren't expecting. But, that can help you get like an 11, 12-minute time, but, in a race, maybe people want to do this even faster, and in that case, they've got to have more complex strategies. I will say, this game is a lot of fun. Like, this is a lot of fun. Chrono Ness fighting, or on the last stage of the goal for Maui Mallard. Gamma Goblin on the organ. I do like that in Maui Mallard, when you crouch as the ninja, like, you go down pretty much all the way, and you can just just mash attack and just deal with the enemies that way.
Yeah, I don't remember what the exact hitbox looks like. I know that you can still get hit, but yeah. This game has excellent animation, and I mean, this game was made in-house by Disney, so they had access to Disney animators, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Zatox catching up. Zockers just finished stage 4. Zatox is on stage 4 of Tetris Attack. So Zatox wanting to close the gap here. Zockers with a lot of good combos there.
Chrononess is just done with my Mallard also.
Nice. Gamma Goblin and World 2 making their way through.
Looks like Gamma Goblin was indeed having troubles with the hook, which is another classic.
Yeah. Chrononess switching between easy and normal. The goal is easy, but... Yeah, higher difficulties in Tetris Attack, it's just the AI is a lot smarter and they're more aggressive, so... We kept it to easy, because some people who are racing have probably never played this, so, you know, we don't want people to be forced to, like, be a Tetris Attack expert or anything. It's just, you just need to know enough to be able to complete this quickly. So. Zatox and Zockers on the same stage now. Chrononess starting Tetris Attack.
So is Maui Mallard Donald Duck just like an alter ego thereof?
That is a complicated question. So,
Okay.
the original release for this game was the Genesis version, and that release is called Donald de Maui Mallard. So that is officially Donald Duck taking up the alter ego of Maui Mallard. When this game was re-released on SNES and in later PC ports, it was renamed to Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow, and that apparently because it emerged from some interviews that Disney's marketing team at the time wasn't very happy with Donald being portrayed as having a gun, even if like an extremely cartoony bug gun like this one, and so they ended up scrapping every reference of this being Donald, and so canonically it became a completely separate character. So it is Donald, and sometimes it isn't Donald, basically.
Weird.
Yeah.
This next release is called Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow, so this isn't technically Donald here.
Mhm. And by the way, if in Tetris Attack, if you get garbage blocks sent over to you, all you have to do is just clear any set of 3 or whatever, and if it's touching the garbage block there, like you saw on Zockerstu's screen, then all of that will turn into tiles, and it does take a little bit for all of the tiles to actually to fall down. So what you can do is the tiles on the bottom, you have time to like get them organized to where once the top of it drops, you can start clearing combos or get free combos that way. So sometimes it can actually help you.
Is there much of an advantage to waiting for longer combo or waiting for bigger combos or longer chains or anything like that versus just doing the minimum?
I think on easy, it can be advantageous to do that because the AI is not super aggressive, so you have time to like plan out each combo, especially if you know you're gonna get like 5 combos in a row, then yeah, it can be an advantage to wait it out a bit. Higher difficulties, I guess you could still do that, it's just a lot riskier. But yeah. Chrononest moving on to stage 5. Zatox and Zockerstu still on the same stage. Zockerstu a little bit ahead, but Zatox has definitely caught up here. So there are 10 stages in versus mode easy. Zockerstu on the last stage. Zatox trying to get there. Gamma Goblin is on the last stage of Maui Mallard for the goal. And then they'll be going on to Tetris Attack. Is that going to be enough for Zockerstu? It is. Very nice.
All right. Back in the lead again.
Mm-hmm. Zatox right behind. Now we go to, in my opinion, the most technical game in the list. But this is also, in my opinion, one of the best games in this list. Mega Man X3.
Mavericks, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Gamma Goblin is done with my Mallard as well.
GG.
I believe that ends my expertise here with this list.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate you having me on though. I'll be taking my leave.
All right. Thank you very much, SBD Wolf.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh boy, Mega Man X3.
Yes.
So yeah, this one had to be in the list. I mean, like I say, we go for a particular time period, and we see a Mega Man X game, and we just add it to the list and don't ask questions.
Yes.
But so this particular goal, 5 Mavericks. Why 5?
Yeah, so what happens in this game, when you are on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th stage in this game, you're going to get a boss fight, but it's random when that'll happen. So you have to fight Bit at some point, but you'll fight him either on your 3rd, your 4th, or your 5th stage. And so just so that there's no like RNG swing anywhere or anything like that, we want to just keep it fair for everybody. Everybody needs to fight that mid-boss whenever they show up. So everybody's going to fight 5 Mavericks. And also, another reason is just because of time. We don't want to make the goal extremely long or anything like that. So cutting it at 5 just makes perfect sense. And this also allows runners to have some choice here. Some goals, it's just, they're very linear. You start here, you have to end here. But here, you do get a little bit of choice. You can decide which 5 Mavericks you want to defeat. So there's all sorts of different routes here that racers might take.
Yeah, it is always interesting to see when we do a partial game goal how it sometimes creates a new route opportunity that doesn't exist for a game that already has a lot of people thinking about the routing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always neat to see.
Yeah, I know some runners are going to take they'll take like the normal boss route that everybody tends to take, or maybe they'll follow the world record route. Some people may want to skip a Maverick that they're not comfortable dealing with, or maybe their stage is too difficult or too long. So there was a lot of trying to figure out the best route for this. So I have a couple of notes of what routes people might take. We'll see on the stream though. I think Zockerstu and Zatox are going to take the same route. I might be mistaken, but as far as movement and stuff, most of your time save in a Mega Man X game is going to be your movement. It's going to be dash and then jump. And in this game, you can actually stop dashing by letting go of your dash button. I don't know if that was the case in Mega Man X1. That's the one I'm more familiar with, but I did play some of X3. And so a lot of the movement is dash, jump, because when you jump, you carry that momentum from the dash, and you can still just keep moving really fast. And then as soon as you land, you dash again. So just seeing any Mega Man game in general being done fast is always a pleasure to watch. This first boss here that Zatox is fighting, not much to it. Just use your charge shots, hit him in the face, and that's that. Meanwhile, Zockerstu he chose Blizzard Buffalo first. I think everybody is going to go here first for one reason. First off, Buffalo goes down with charge shots, no issue there. But another reason, as you can see, sliding or like dashing on the ice when there's a slope, you get a ton of momentum there. So if you can make use of that, it just looks really cool. But also, there is an upgrade in this level that you can use for your legs that allows you to dash in midair, which that just opens up a lot more movement options for everybody.
So Blizzard Buffalo would be the first choice in a normal speedrun. Like
Yeah. I think everybody. I think even the record route starts here just so that they can get that upgrade for the midair dash. And plus midair dash, I believe. I can't remember the exact stage. It might be the Neon Tiger stage. I can't remember, but there's some sections where normally there's enemies that you have to deal with, but you can actually use your midair dash, and you can also dash straight upwards. That's the other thing that this upgrade that Zockerstu is getting allows you to do, is you can dash straight upwards, and that can be used to bypass some enemies in some sections entirely, which all that time that you save by skipping those little bits, all of that adds up. Zatox going for the upgrade as well. That jump is a little tight, but they both made it work. Meanwhile, Chrononess winning stage 10 of Tetris Attack. They're moving on to X3. Gamma Goblin on stage 4 of Tetris Attack, so they're working their way through it. So I was not too sure how this works, where normally Buffalo is going to like charge at you and he can like throw projectiles and stuff, but there's a way to get him to just stay in the corner and do nothing, and you can just use your charge shots to just take him down.
Seems to be just a perfectly timed jump as he turns around.
I think so. I think that's what it is. I've seen a couple other runners, when I was watching some other runners practice, I saw a couple others do a dash upwards also, so it might just be, maybe you have to be in the air at a specific time, and that's just what it is.
Yeah, well, Zatox seems to be having no trouble with that either.
Mm-mm. So Zockerstu has defeated one Maverick. He's got 4 more.
Seahorse? What are we doing?
Let's see. I believe he's going to Toxic Seahorse.
Okay.
He is. Yep. Seahorse is next for Zockerstu.
One of my favorite tunes.
Yes. Yeah, I feel bad. I have to commentate to explain the game, but I'm also talking over this amazing soundtrack. It's like, I feel a little guilty, but it's like, I gotta talk about the game, so. But, yeah. But like, so you see right here what Zockerstu just did. You normally are supposed to grab that ladder and climb up. That's a little slow. So what he did was he just dashed on the outside of it, grabbed the wall, and jumped up, and didn't have to bother with the ladder. Zatox, I think, is going to do the same thing up here. You can also dash off of the wall as well. Yeah, Zatox doing the same thing. But yeah, in a game like this, like, learning like tricks and glitches and stuff, that can still be helpful, but a game like this, most of what you're practicing is just movement through the game and just understanding like how does this game work, what are the physics like, etc. Because that's really what's going to save you time. And yeah, Zockerstu making quick work of that mid boss there, just using Blizzard's weapon, getting in his hitbox, and yeah, no problem. Zatox on that fight as well, no problem either. Chrononess heading for the first boss in the intro. Zockerstu again doing those upward dashes to bypass some of those enemies who otherwise you'd have to climb the ladder, shoot the enemy, take them out. That's too slow. Oh, that spike pit there, that got me so many times when I was playing this game. You've got to be careful there. But yeah. because you don't see it, and if you're playing it blind, you don't know it's there. So you just fall down, and all of a sudden, boom, dead. Oh. I'm trying to figure out... Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out what Zatox was doing, but okay. I got it. Zockerstu defeating Seahorse. And Chrononess, I think, is going to head to Blizzard Buffalo. Yep.
All right. Now, the goal would be to use that on Tunnel Rhino?
I think normally people go to Tunnel Rhino, but I think Zockerstu might go somewhere else. We will wait and see here.
And this is just because of differences in level
Yeah.
length?
Yeah, I think level length and I think that's primarily what it is, but hey, some runners might just be more comfortable going to a different stage, maybe. Oh, Zatox takes a death on the Seahorse, but the good news is that if you die on the boss, you just respawn right outside their door, so he's just gonna give another chance. Zockerstu having to watch this cutscene. This cutscene introduces Bit, who Zockerstu will have to fight on either his 3rd, 4th, or 5th stage. Let's see.
I did not see what that one was.
It was the second from the... It was bottom
So
left.
the bottom second from the left?
I think it was Crawfish, which that's what I have in my notes. Crush Crawfish. So, let's see here. Normally, runners, if you're doing all 8, would fight them 5th. Or at least I think they would fight them 5th. But,
yeah, that is Crush Crawfish.
yeah. One advantage, I will say, one advantage of having Crawfish, or doing Crawfish stage right now, is that you can get his weapon, and his weapon is pretty useful on the Gravity Beetle stage. So, that is also something people think about, is like, what item do you get from every boss, and is that item going to be useful on other stages?
More great music.
Yes. Zatox trying to hide in the corner. Ah, but the ball hits him on the way back. Zatox with a game over. He's going to have to replay that Seahorse stage, unfortunately. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's gonna haunt him for the rest of this race here.
Yeah. Then again, we have 8 more games after this. You never know. Something could happen.
It's true.
So the strategy here with Crawfish is Zockerstu is going to bait Crawfish to throw his claws at the top by climbing the wall and then coming back down. And it's just never going to hit him, so he's just going to use charge shots, take him down. I think one more? One more. There we go. Chrononess also going to Toxic Seahorse second. And he also grabbed the upgrade for his legs so that he can dash in midair or dash upwards. Gamma Goblin, meanwhile, on stage 9 of Tetris Attack, so they're almost headed to Mega Man X3. Let's see, did he go to the Neon Tiger stage? I believe he did. Looks like it.
Oh, okay.
And now, I know that Neon Tiger's weapon is good against Gravity Beetle, so that might be part of the reason why he's going here. I am curious when Bit will show up, though, because he did not appear on the 3rd stage, so... Also, another thing about the Mega Man X games, unlike classic Mega Man, you don't have to go into the menu and then, like pick which weapon you want. You can just press, well, unless you remap it, you can just press L and R and switch your weapons, which is really convenient. Zocker Stu dealing with that mid-boss there. Zatox has made it back to Seahorse. Let's see if he can close this fight out.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
Yeah, like clockwork.
Yeah. Zatox will finally be able to move on, though. And Zatox is, like, historically in Super 16 races, he's always been, like, a top contender, so he's definitely not out of this or anything like that. Again, there's 8 more games after this, and none of, you know, none of them are free or anything, so you never know.
And I didn't see if Chrono is following the same route, but Chrono does appear to be just behind Zatox.
Yeah,
If they are.
that is correct. I know he went to Blizzard, and now he fought Seahorse, so yeah.
Mhm.
I believe
Okay,
yeah. I do remember there was some discussion in the Discord of people trying to figure out like what's the best route and stuff like that. I think I could be wrong, but maybe the route like changed at one point after one was decided. Maybe they're like, hey, how about this instead? So Zocker Stu making use of the crawfish weapon to just hit the tiger.
Yeah, it's moderately effective, but the pattern of it certainly works well.
Definitely. Let's see. Did Zatox? I think Zatox is taking a different route here. He did not go to what is it? The crawfish stage.
Hmm.
Chrononet. Actually, I think Chrononess and Zatox are taking the same route, which is different from what Zocker Stu is doing.
So this would be Tunnel Rhino that we're in right now?
I believe so. Yes.
So this would be the normal speedrun route.
Yes. Yeah. The normal speedrun route. And meanwhile, Zocker Stu is going to the Gravity Beetle stage. So, Bit should show up in this stage that Zocker Stu is on. He should appear here, because he did not appear in the last 2 stages. And I'm right.
Oh, look at that.
Yep. So again, that's the reason why we're doing 5 Mavericks, is because everybody is going to fight this boss. Like we're making everybody fight this boss. Okay. I should probably mention that you don't have to go into the menu to pick your weapon, but sometimes it can help to do that. Or if you just need a second to strategize, you can pause and do that. But yeah, Bit is done, so. Gamma Goblin on the last stage of Tetris Attack, trying to finish this one out.
I'm going to do a check through all the runners just to see if anyone else
Go for
is
it.
ahead of, is already into the next game.
And just a reminder to all the viewers, we are going to be switching out runners periodically. And plus, after the first few races are finished, we will also get other racers who are still going on the stream as well. So we'll try to give everybody some screen time here.
We have Fedit BG in Street Fighter. Atler is in Maui Mallard. Jim is in Tetris Attack. Just started. Lotskov in Maui Mallard most of the way through. Mikan is just about to start Maui Mallard.
Zatox fighting Bit now, and Zockerstu has defeated Gravity Beetle. And for him, that is his 5th Maverick. Alright, so normally we tell everybody wait 45 seconds in between games. However, this is the one time we're going to do something different. So instead of 45 seconds here between X3 and Wiz, you have to wait 2 minutes. And the reason is so that, you know, if anybody needs a quick bathroom break, if you want to just stand up and stretch, if you want to grab a snack, whatever it may be, or also if you just simply just want to take a rest, you know, rest your hands. So yeah, this will be a 2-minute wait here, and everybody has to take the 2 minutes. So.
Well, we are joined by our guest commentator for Wiz, Structural Mike.
Hey, how's it going? Hope the race is fun so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. The first half of it just went by so quick. Well, the first half of the games list. We'll be here for
Right.
a lot longer than this.
Yes.
But yes, after the break here, we're jumping into Wiz.
Yeah, I can't believe this is a game that is in any category anywhere. As far as I know, only 2 people ever have speedrun this, and I am one of them. So, exciting.
We've multiplied by like 7 the total number of people who have ever speedrun this game just by doing this race.
Yeah, exciting. So when I played through this a couple years ago, and there wasn't even a speedrun leaderboard. It was only on the old Speed Demos archive. It had been on AGDQ once, believe it or not. So I picked it up, checked it out.
Was it PJ who ran that, I think?
Yeah, exactly. PJ, I think. Or he was one of them. I think there was 2.
Oh, was it probably Mecha Richter too?
It's a very nice isometric platformer, very late in the Super Nintendo era. Controls are surprisingly good, which is why I liked it. These levels are absolutely disastrous, but it plays well. Oh, are we going for the... Yeah, you can jump on anything in this game, and including that boost there, so that's cool.
No,
So
go ahead.
So the key part with this game is that you collect these block power-ups to break different colored walls. But if you put your health at 1, you can break through any block. But then you're also in 1-hit KO.
Yeah.
And that will come into play on this level. I don't think.
Mhm.
Oh, we're going for it! Amazing.
Yep. He's going for it,
Okay.
and he got it.
Now you just don't get hit.
Yes.
And this level, it saves a minute, half a minute. I don't remember, but it is iffy.
So something about Wiz's movement is that you can only move in 4 directions. Like some games allow you to move in 8, but this one it's only 4 directions on the D-pad. So it for me, who had this week was the first time I played this, but it took me a little bit of getting used to. But once I got used to it, that was just kind of second nature at that point.
Yeah. Oh,
there's
a bit of a cooldown. There's a bit of a cooldown once you spin.
Ah, okay.
But that was okay. Took it a little bit easy to make sure we didn't get sniped by one of the enemies. Very nice execution, I think, for a tournament like this.
Mm-hmm. So the goal here is to beat stage 2-3. So that's 6 stages. And I was reading I actually read the manual for this game, and it says that red and white enemies you cannot defeat at all. But but that can actually, you can still jump on them, which can help out later.
Exactly. Any sprite in a game you can jump on, and it can help you out. And here we're using the one-hit boost again to break that wall, save a couple of seconds. And then we don't get hit here. You could actually jump over them in a pattern, but you have to learn it.
And now we've got these spinning wheels, which if the wheel spits you out in the wrong direction, then you just get back on and it'll go to the next direction.
Those are actually not RNG. It's the same every time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
The lore of this game is that you're in a race with a mystery opponent in a balloon race. But you, as a bunny, you have to go down and do labyrinths on different areas first. For some reason.
It doesn't seem like a very fair balloon race.
No, but that is the main goal of the game, to win the balloon race.
So Zacherstu did a little skip there. He jumped on an enemy and then jumped over a door that had a lock on it, so he didn't have to go get the key or anything.
Yeah, very, very nice. So this game is full of these things. Tiny little movement tech that isn't super hard to execute, but adds to a nice pleasure. Nice little speedrun, I think.
Have any new strats been developed since you ran this game?
I did some minor optimizations, but like the main thing is just to learn the route and do the one-hit KO tricks as often as you can. But other than that, it was just some minor movement techs I did to beat the original record. And the final stages in World 4 has RNG because it's the casino level, and that saves a bit time too. I see Satox is on Wiz now.
Mm-hmm.
Stage 1.
I will say this is one of the only other games besides the Lost Levels where you can actually get poison mushrooms and lose health.
Oh, Satox also got the jump off the potion. Nice.
Nice.
So did anyone play this before picking it for this event?
I did, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, and you liked it, I assume.
I
Otherwise it wouldn't be-
yes, I have a weird enjoyment of isometric games,
It's
which
nice.
is probably why this is here.
Oh, I see Satox is also going for the one trick to rule them all. Don't get hit.
I will say that of this list, the 3 games I had literally never heard of were Power Pigs, Wiz, and Incantation, which we'll see later. But I will say once this week I played Wiz for the first time, and again it took me a little bit to like get used to it.
It's hard,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, but once I got used to it, like I find this game kind of endearing.
Oh,
no!
Oh,
Zatox is
we got
taking
stuck.
some damage there, but that's all it takes. So, actually, this is a great question for you, Mike. Zacherstu, at the very end there, he purposely, or it seems like he just went off the course completely, but still completed it. Does that, like, save time or anything?
Yeah, you don't have to wait for the cutscene of getting into the balloon and flying away.
Gotcha.
So that's why you go off grid. If you do that wrong, though, you get stuck in limbo. But it should be fine if you know what you're doing. It's like it's not hard to get right, but you don't YOLO it without trying first.
Right. Zatox going for that strat again. Meanwhile, Chrononess is in the 2-minute wait period before starting Wiz. Gamma Goblin is, I believe, about to fight Seahorse in X3.
Oh, the one cycle? Nice.
Nice. Also, we do allow you to play on easy for Wiz, but you don't have to. It's just one of those things where you're allowed to play on easy if you want.
Yeah. You can't use this glitch on easy, though.
Gotcha, okay.
But if you don't utilize that glitch, you should play on easy, because you can spin. You don't take damage from spinning on easy.
Huh.
so you can just spin forever.
Interesting.
And there we go.
And yeah.
Finished.
Zonkerstu gets to move on to Zoop. Which Zoop is actually one of the games that Jugariel asked, hey, do you mind playing Zoop for a little bit and tell me what you think? So I've played some Zoop. It's pretty fun, but it's also difficult.
Yeah.
And the goal for Zoop is you have to play on level mode. You can play on any difficulty that you want, but it's levels 1 through 6. Because this game does start getting a little bit too tough later on, so...
Yes, it does. So for Wiz, how much of this game are these players playing? Like, how long is the speedrun compared to what they're doing here? Like, are they playing like a quarter of it? I guess I didn't check the full length of this.
It's only 4 worlds, so we're playing basically half of it.
All right, playing half
I
of it.
think it's 17 minutes for the world record.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Zadox here had to take a game over and start over. But that just means we get to see more Wiz, so I'm happy.
Yeah,
More Wiz.
just stay while there's Wiz.
And Chrononess is now playing Wiz, so... There we go.
What do you think's the hardest part about this, other than just like getting used to the isometric controls?
Learning the routes. Like the levels it's just one graphic per world, and it all looks the same. It took me forever to just map out where to go, and it's not fun. The levels are not fun, like on their own, on just a vanilla speedrun, because they're absolutely trash. But once you know the route, it's kind of fun to play. So there's no like frame perfect tricks or like really tricky things here. It's just learning the strats really, and then getting lucky with the RNG in World 4.
Right, and you got to react pretty fast because you move pretty quick, the screen moves pretty quick, and you don't really get a lot of a view of what's coming up ahead.
Yeah, but everything is deterministic, except like, so you know which enemies will be where. Except like at the World 4, you gotta gamble for points, and that is the RNG. That's the only RNG in the game.
Well, we should explain what's going on in Zoop.
Yeah.
People who can't figure this out. So whatever color you are, if you hit something that's of that color, you will crush it, or zoop it, as they call it. And if you hit something that's a different color, you trade colors with whatever you hit. And other than that, you basically are just trying to collect some items that also let you blow up stuff in a couple of different ways. And the idea is just to get all that garbage before it builds up to the point where it touches your little green square in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. The game just gets faster.
Yep.
And more visually complicated.
Yes. The other thing is that we're playing specifically on level mode, because on continual mode, what happens is whatever pieces are at the end of the stage when you clear it, those transfer over to the next stage. But on level mode, if you're playing on the lowest difficulty, the entire screen clears out. Or on level mode, you'll get the same specific amount of pieces. So any difficulty was allowed, however, you have to play on level mode. Just to make things a bit easier. So you see these springs there. Zonkerstu just grabbed one. If you collect 5 of those, it will clear everything off the screen. And then I think the lightning ability clears out like a whole section, I want to say. The sun clears out a whole row. And then there's one where...
There's a color bomb.
Yeah.
There's one that clears out like a 3x3 around what you hit. There's one that clears out like that entire side of the board. And I think the springs clears out everything, right?
Yeah, I think that's correct. But yeah, I played this blind a little while back, and I made it to, I think, stage 9, and then I game overed. So this gets hard later on. And the number in the top right on Zonkerstu's screen, the number in the top right is how many pieces you need to get rid of. The bottom right is what level you're on, and the top left is score, which I don't know if I don't think score really matters unless you're doing a high score run. Meanwhile, Zatox is in World 2 of Wiz, and Chrononest still working through World 1. I think are they done with World 1, Chrononest?
That was, I think so. Right.
That looked like 1-3. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yep. That was it. Okay.
Yeah, that was okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Cool Mountain, I call it.
That's a great name. Chrononest gonna go for this trick to skip that door. Very,
All right,
very,
very good.
very good. Yeah.
I think all games should take inspiration from this. Like, why put invisible walls everywhere? Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
If I want to jump over, I should be able to.
Zonkers too. There we go. Clearing stage 5, and the goal is stage 6. So he's got one more level, and then he gets to move on.
I love how
Gamma
the background-
Goblin fighting Bit there.
Oh, good. Yeah, I like how the backgrounds in Zoop just get more and more complicated just to confuse you. Like, literally, the point is just to make it harder to see what's going on.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I'm
plus, all the
extremely
pieces
confused.
start. Yeah, all the pieces start spawning in faster too. So it's just a lot to take in at once. And plus, you're in a race setting too, so there's already some pressure. It's just, it's a lot to take in. Zatox on the last stage of Wiz for the goal.
I like that we see like some glitches from a couple of the runners in Wiz.
Mhm.
Where they took the time to run those things.
Yeah, what do you think about the routing? Does it compare to a world record caliber speedrun? Do you think these guys have what it takes to take a world record in this?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I am by no means a super speedrunner. I play this game because no one else did, and that's why I have the record still. Like, anyone can take that away from me. So, like, you learn the Oko trick, and then you learn the route, and then you don't die to enemies.
Meanwhile, Zonkers gets to move on to everybody's favorite game in the list. And I say that sarcastically. I have seen this game be talked about very negatively, but it's a short goal, and yeah, it's doable, and it's got infinite continues. It's Prince of Persia 2.
So what's so bad about this?
It's mostly just the physics and the controls just take a lot of getting used to. You know, there's
Wiz.
times. Oh, for Wiz.
Right.
Yeah, my bad.
Unlike Wiz.
Yeah. What's the hard part about Wiz? Yeah, well, to be fair, it's still, for me, when I was playing Wiz, it's still the same answer. It's actually still just getting used to the movement. Like,
No, I meant that the controller on Wiz is pretty good.
yeah, it just,
I like-
I guess for me, when I play top-down games like this, I've played some games where you can't just move in 4 directions. It's like multiple directions, but you know, it's once you kind of, you know, get into that mindset of like, okay, it's just 4 directions at that point, then it's like, okay, then it starts to make sense. Oh,
Is that how you get in? What?
Zonkers Stew I've never seen that
It
from
took me
Zonkers
like
Stew
half
there.
an hour to solve that stupid puzzle.
Yeah, so the way you're supposed to solve that is you're supposed to jump on every tile that doesn't have the symbol. Zonker, what is he doing?
This is good
I've
stuff.
never seen that. Yeah, hey, no, that's great though. That's great.
There's not speedruns of this. There's lots of the
No.
DOS version.
But
okay.
he got by a trap there. So yeah, that's the thing about Prince of Persia 2 is this is just a giant memorization test, but you also have to deal with the weird physics and the weird controls and everything. So yeah, it's a short goal, thankfully. It's just to beat stage 5, and Zonkers already on level 3 for reference.
Pause buffering through the freaking skeleton. Look at that.
Yes. Yeah,
This is
so
almost
you can
fast.
Now that I was aware of, to be fair, I was aware of that. You can skip fights by I don't exactly know how it works, but you can pause buffer it to where you can just run past enemies without having to defeat them. And then right here, he's going to drink this potion, and that will allow his falling is going to be a lot slower. Normally, falling like any height is just going to kill you, but in this case, nope. He's just going to fall all the way down really slowly.
Oh wow.
So wow, yeah, maybe this was a recent development that I was not able to notice in time. I'm not sure, but you know, hey, you still love to see stuff like that.
This is one of the great things about this race is we do try to pick games. I mean, we try to pick all kinds of games, not just stuff that's, you know, well trodden paths.
Mhm.
And for this, there really was nothing. Like there was just no resources. So these players are finding this stuff themselves and really,
Mhm.
really advancing the strategy of these games. This is great.
Yeah, that's awesome. Zockerstu already headed to stage 5 already.
And I was worried I made this goal too long.
So we did have Prince of Persia 1 in a previous list, but I don't remember which list it was. Wait,
Yes, I'm out of bounds.
what
again.
is Zockerstu do? He's out of bounds.
Yeah. The DOS version is full of out of bounds. I wasn't sure how
Yeah.
much of it would translate over to the SNES version.
Yeah. Huh.
Look at that.
And dude, just so my guess is what is happening is maybe Zockerstu, like the game thought he was dead because normally when you see press start, that means you died. So you're supposed to hit start and respawn. But maybe in this case, like the game thought he was dead, but he's not. Well,
What
that's
is-
a death. That
Okay.
is a death right
Oh,
there.
yeah,
But
yeah.
but there is a checkpoint there, to be fair. And looks like you can clip through doors like that, which
Yeah.
I did notice that on one of the other versions of this. I will say I did notice that. I just didn't know you could do it on the Super Nintendo version. Meanwhile, Chrononess is on Zoop. Same with Zatox. Zatox getting 5 springs. He's going to clear out that whole board there. And yeah, Zockerstu's already done.
Wow, that was beautiful. That,
That
was
was
absolutely
awesome.
beautiful.
Yeah.
For being the worst game on the list, that was pretty
Yeah.
awesome to watch.
Well, and you know, I think that is the other part of it is that a lot of the complaints happened early on. But I think maybe with this out of bounds stuff, maybe that made this game more bearable to do because it's like, oh, you know, it skips over a lot of these sections that we all hate, and so then the game kind of becomes more fun that way. So maybe that's what needs to happen. We just need to find ways to break bad games to where we skip all the bad stuff. That's all we got to do. So, anyways, yeah, Zockerstu moving on to the Lost Vikings 2.
All right, I'm gonna bow out there. I got my own race, but thanks for having me.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Mike.
coming in.
Good luck to all the runners and the next half.
Thank you very
See ya.
much.
Right. We are joined by our next guest commentator, Pandora.
Hello there.
So we are moving on.
already started. Nice.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
We are just started. Our first player has just started Lost Vikings 2. So I'm familiar much more with Lost Vikings 1. How does this game compare to that?
Yeah, so the main difference is the Vikings are on a new adventure and they got some tools in the way of that adventure. You basically see it at the intro of the game. And that means it's basically more movement options, more attacks, and more special abilities, which makes the game a little bit less clunky, and like you have more tools and options in general. So right here, for example, we see our red guy right here with the red beard. That's Eric. So that's the main jumper of the cast. He was also able to jump on the first game, but on this game he has a double jump even, with some like boost boots. Olaf, also the defender, which is this the guy with the shield. He was also the defender on the first one, but on this one he has some extra stuff. He has access to a fart because it was the 90s, which allows him to get a little boost while he's floating with the shield. And he also, for some reason, can make himself small, which then you can go into like crawling space and things like that. He also likes to burp when he's small because it was the 90s. and and then Bylok, which is the next guy, the guy with the other blonde guy with the horns. He's the main attacker. So in the previous game, he used to have a bow and a sword. Now he has a sword and a tether arm, a bionic arm.
Hmm.
Now, we had set the rule that you can use one controller for this, but it's common to run this with two controllers. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's basically different categories. So we've only in this game we had two runners that run the game. It's TAP and me first with just one controller, and then eventually Chansey got into the game as well, which is you might know him from Lost Vikings 1. It's like the nominating player on Lost Vikings 1, and developed like all the techniques for two controllers. So I always play with one, but two controllers is like a completely different category. It also has like different setups and stuff. It has like setups for aligning the Vikings and things like that. And they have different tricks as well. So, for example, something you are gonna see a lot here, and we're currently seeing it. It's you wanna leave one Viking doing an action while the others move. So, for example, leaving a Viking falling into water there, and also after a boost, for example, we call that an Ares boost swap. We might see it like, for example, there you get some momentum from the jump. So that Eric's gonna keep that momentum. There you can change on the falling. We see all sorts of things like that. More so than in two player. Two controller. You still see it on two controller, but it's more about aligning your Vikings properly in that category. So,
Now, are the
yeah, we got a kill there.
Oops, gotta try again.
That skeleton has actually killed a lot of my runs.
Now, are we for the most part seeing the are seeing Zakherstu do things the way the developers intended, or have there been some shortcuts taken?
Yeah, so on the first level, there's not a whole lot of stuff we can do that is outside of the intended path. There is like I think on the last level of War 1, there's a little bit of a sequence break. It's very small though. We usually see more sequence breaks and more glitches later. But what Soccer is doing is definitely traversing way faster than a casual player would do. Because you normally go for like more safe stuff, you kill more enemies and such. So what happened before is I can definitely tell that they are committing to speed strats because they were not killing that skeleton the first time, which is what you do because it's optimal. For example, Balrog has the property of counter-attacking enemies if you don't have him on the control. So you can just leave him there in order to kill an enemy. But if you're not cautious, it might kill another one of your Vikings, for example. Oh yeah, and here we get to the first level where we're actually missing a Viking. So this is one of the other additions of this game. We get granted two new characters. Is this fluffy guy down here? That's Fang. And it's a werewolf because we are, by the way, so one of the common things of Lost Vikings is they get lost in space and time. And here they are lost in Transylvania during the I guess werewolves and vampires era and all that. And so we free this guy. He decides to help us. And the new characters are kind of like combinations of different traits, basically. So Fang, it's a little bit of an Eric and a Balrog. And the next one is also a little bit of an Eric and Balrog. But they have different properties, different ways jump. Fang can jump on walls basically. That's like his main trait. Later on War 2, we get a dragon. Which is on the Middle Ages, because in the Middle Ages there was a lot of dragon and magic and wizards.
Yeah, I remember that. Sure.
Oh yeah, so right there, that's the only like sequence break we have right here. So if you activate that button and jump up at the same time, you can actually clip through that bridge, but it's very tight. It's a hard trick. So you go for it. If you don't get it, you just back up on the route. And it's one of those tricks. I don't remember if this is actually Cycle Perfect. It might be. So in this game, the game actually runs on 60 FPS. So you will see animations and all those things go on 60 FPS. But input doesn't go on 60. It actually goes on like 20 frames per second. So it feels a little bit like playing the Zelda, the Nintendo 64 Zeldas. It's like that kind of feel on the controller, more or less, on the inputs.
Mm-hmm.
And those are what we call cycles. So every 3 frames, it will read your controller, and you can buffer on the like dead frames. So a cycle is 3 frames. And so when we talk about like perfect tricks, we say cycle perfect, not really frame perfect, because there's not such a thing. And congratulations there on beating War 1.
Mm-hmm.
Our first player.
Zatox on Lost Vikings 2.
Yeah, feel free to stick around while all the Vikings stuff is happening, even though we're going to do some incantation commentary as well.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Chrononess on Prince of Persia 2. I think they're aware of the glitch here to get the invincibility. Yep, they are. Gamma Goblin working through Wiz.
Okay, so thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
We are joined by guest commentator Reebs, who is going to be talking about our next game, Incantation.
Hello, thanks. Yeah, coming off of Lost Vikings 2, this game is kind of like the opposite of that, where it's very straightforward. It's pretty much the most generic platformer you can imagine. There's a couple, like, the basic premise of the game is that you got to pick up a couple items in the stage, and then that lets you get to the boss. You beat the boss, you move to the next stage. So Zakir already sped through all of the stages. Are very, very short too. So most of the time it's just like learning the route to these little gold power-ups you see him collecting here. Oh, he missed one there. And then it's just like memorizing that route, taking it, making sure you're doing it the same over and over again. There are different weapon power-ups, although if you're going through the speedrun, you really only pick up 2. So he's gonna have this, I don't know, whatever you want, like normal gun, machine gun power-up.
Some kind of like double shot, yeah.
Yeah, that you just start with your double shot. And you'll see that he's like shooting on the boss here. This game's kind of like, it's not like where you mash as fast as possible. You have to like kind of hit a rhythm to shoot faster. So you kind of want to time your shots instead of just mashing the shoot button on the bosses. And here's where he's gonna get the other power up, which is gonna be a little bomb thing that rolls along the ground. And then this is kind of where there's like some strategy you can use to pick up, like throw the bombs the right way to get through these, I don't know, nets in the ant colony, I guess.
Yeah. The alternate way to do that is you just hold A, and the character will just mash, or he'll slam his wand or whatever on the ground.
Yeah.
But that's slow, so.
You also notice the Zachar's been hitting those green orb things. They're kind of like teleporters, but they don't work where, you know, you just hit them and then you instantly teleport. They spit out kind of these like glowing dots that you have to touch. So if you don't stand in just the right place, you end up taking longer to go through them. So there's also a little bit of strategy around where you stand when you do those portals, or whatever you want to call them.
And just a quick heads up for viewers, there is going to be a lot of flashing when fighting the bosses with the bombs, so just a heads up there. Probably should have said that a little bit ago, but that's okay.
Yeah, probably.
The rest of the bosses are the same, so yeah.
Yeah, especially the frog bosses, if they're doing it the fast way. The frog bosses have like a flashing every other frame, pretty much. So, although it doesn't look, maybe it's just because he's on the underground stage right now. I feel like it's much worse on the frog bosses.
It could also be a frame rate thing. If we're at a lower frame rate than 60, you might not see the flashing.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, what else can I say about this game? It's actually funny fact, this game is actually made by the same people who made Power Pigs.
Oh, okay.
They also made Superman 64.
Oh boy. Yeah, because I noticed the Titus credit, but I didn't know if Titus actually made the game or if they were just, you know, a publisher or whatever. But yeah, that's.
I think they're the developers. At least that's what the internet seems to claim. I don't know for a fact. I guess.
I think there's 3 Titus games in this. There was another one too.
Yeah, Prince of Persia 2 had a Titus credit. Yep.
But yeah, you notice you can also like jump up through platforms here. So a lot of those jumps are if you don't hold down the jump button the entire way and have speed, you don't make those jumps that Stu was just doing.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to point out real quick that Gamma Goblin has gotten into Zoop. I'm also seeing off screen we have Fee, who is still playing Wiz, but will be into Zoop pretty soon as well. So those are the top 5.
Alrighty. And the goal for Incantation is to beat 8 stages. How many stages are in Incantation?
There's 12. So actually, I don't know if you did this intentionally, but you stopped right before the worst stage in the game for sure. Stage 9 immediately goes into having like one-hit kill mechanics, and the boss seems to have a bug where it has too much health. So the boss of stage 9 has like 10 times as much health as every other boss in the game. It's actually obnoxiously long. Like, I'm not even exaggerating this. Like, it has more, like, much more health than the final boss.
Well, I think Feasel and Jugariel made the right call then.
Jugariel picked the goal for this one, I believe.
Yeah, that was definitely a smart call. Although the game's not very long, even if you do that, it's only like the time I have is 13 minutes and some seconds. So it's not that much longer, but it is much more like, oh, I hit a rock and now I got to redo the entire stage.
Oh man.
Which none of the other game is like that.
Right. These frog bosses, can you just stand in the corner and like you just don't take damage from them?
Yeah, so their attack or whatever is kind of like a bouncing rock. And if you just stand close enough to them, they throw the rock so that they bounce over you, and the corner just happens to be safe conveniently. You can actually stand like on the other side and do the same thing. It's just then you gotta deal with like turning left and right, and it's a little bit trickier if you're not in the corner.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Zatox is starting Incantation now.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you could tell, Stu is actually ducking. For some reason, ducking seems to make you shoot faster in this game.
Gotcha.
So you're always ducking on bosses because the game is I don't know, I say this all the time. I think this is actually like one of the worst Super Nintendo games. It has a lot of weird issues. like there's actually a soft lock. If you jump right when that doorway opens up, you can just get soft locked and not be able. You have to reset.
Yeah, I think somebody in the Discord mentioned that they got stuck doing that.
Yeah, you just like float into the sky for some reason and don't come back down.
Well, I will
there's
say,
also-
go ahead.
Go ahead. Say it. No,
Okay,
you go
I was
first.
just gonna say that, like, you know, you call this like one of the worst SNES games. I've played worse SNES games. I thought this game was at least okay. Like, I thought it was okay.
Okay, let me make a caveat.
Okay.
It's like playable,
Yeah.
but like I'm judging it based on like how like length of the game and everything too, and like soundtrack. Like
That's fair.
overall, I just think they wanted to do more with it, and just I don't know if they ran out of time or budget or whatever. But it's just like they it feels like they wanted to do something, and we're just like, oh, we can't do it, so we just push it out the door.
That's possible.
Right, it looks like it's trying to be something. Like, I don't know who this character is or what this world is, but it looks like it's a copycat of something.
Yeah. And actually it's kind of weird because the instruction manual has like weird things in it that aren't like necessarily how the game is. So I might be wrong, but one of the things in the instruction manual is that there's way more power-ups than are actually in the game. Because I think there's only like 3 or 4 like power-up types, but it says there's like 9. And then also there's like it says there's a way to do like a high jump and stuff, and it just seems like that doesn't exist either. So like I kind of think they like had these intentions based on what it says in the instruction manual, and then like didn't have time to fix the instruction manual, had to push the game out, and then it's like, okay, this is what you get now.
Meanwhile, Zocker Stew is on game 14 now. I believe in Japanese, I'm probably gonna butcher this, but in Japanese, I believe it's pronounced Majuyo, but in English, it's King of Demons. AKA Castlevania with a gun, as some people have called this. Zatok's fighting. I'm not sure which number boss this is, but making his way through Incantation. Chrononess, Lost Vikings 2, Gamma Goblin still working through Zoop.
This will be the second boss in the ant stage, so he has one more ant stage to go before the swamp.
Gotcha. So the goal for King of Demons is, it says level 4, and that is the Ghost Train stage. So basically, a lot of this game, or at least the first stage, movement-wise, you're just going to be rolling. Your character can also double jump, and then there's this fairy that follows you. And when you attack, when you shoot your gun, the fairy also flies out in front of you and can attack enemies and bosses. And at one point along the way, you can, once you defeat a boss, you can transform into a monster or a demon. So we'll see that after Zocker Stew completes this stage. But yeah, this was a Super Famicom game. This did not release in the US. I think I first learned about this game like a year or two ago, and I thought, dude, this would be so cool for a Super 16, and here it is. So when you score points, you get health extensions. So I think it's every 5,000 points you can get more health. And so we have our first mid-boss here, this weird spider on this elevator. So you just want to try to dodge it, roll out of the way, shoot the spider, and then kill these enemies as fast as possible.
All right. Yeah, not the grossest elevator I've ever seen, but it is pretty gross.
Yeah, it's up there. But Zockers do make quick work of that boss. If you're too slow, the boss will grab you and then throw you out, and you won't have any time to attack. So you got to be careful there. Now we're heading left because there's this giant worm. And you just want to shoot him as he opens his mouth.
Chrononess hopping into incantation now.
Mm-hmm. Zaytok's fighting one of the frogs. So Zocker gets a key there, and now he can head to the right. And so now, this is the last boss of this stage. So you're just going to jump and mash Y to shoot as fast as possible. Try to kill this boss before it can do anything. And so right here, this is going to be an interesting point. So there's a barrier surrounding this like drop or this item, whatever. I'm not completely sure what it is. He is waiting until it turns blue. And so now he's got the blue item, and now he is this blue dragon. This is the fastest option for clearing the next couple of stages, because the dragon, it still has like energy shots. You can also do a charge shot, but it also has this dive attack, and you can dive forward. You're not invincible when you dive, so if you dive onto something and it's not dead, or if it has like multiple health or whatever, it can still damage you, so you just have to be careful of that. I think the red one just turns you into a stronger version of yourself. Basically, from what I can tell the story of this game, the main character's name is Abel, and I believe Abel's wife and child are kidnapped, and you have to go through all this to save them. I think that's generally the story. But right here, Zocker is charging his attack and throwing it at this boss.
Oh, Gamba Goblin gave up on trying to get the quick method.
Unfortunately fell in the sand.
Oh boy. This is harder than it looked when we watched Zocker do it.
Yeah. So the intended way to solve that puzzle is you need to step on every square except for the one that has a symbol on it, but that is a lot easier said than done. Zaytok's fighting another frog. Chrononess fighting the stage 2 boss. Oh, he got it. Nice. So now we have this giant eyeball boss that Zocker is fighting. Basically, just get on the other side and just keep throwing your attacks out as this eyeball shoots its beam out. But it can also teleport, and then at one point it's going to turn into a really small version of itself, and it'll bounce around the screen. So that's just something that you gotta watch out for. Zaytok's finishing incantation will join Zocker on King of Demons here shortly. Zocker trying to finish off this boss. There we go. Took a little bit, but he got it done. And now we've got the stage 3 boss here, or the final boss of stage 3, I should say. Also, you can double, I think I said this before, but you can double jump, but you can do that as any form. You don't have to be a specific form to be able to do that. So Zocker is just gonna let that item drop, he's just gonna let it go away. He wants to stay as that blue dragon. So Zocker loses the fairy, but so I think if you lose the fairy, you just respawn right where you are. But then if you die without a fairy, then what happens is you have to start the level over. Or at least the section that you were on, you have to start over. And then that orange orb he picked up clears out all enemies on the screen. So he's making use of this double jump and then dive to cover distance, but also just keep himself safe. Chrononess about to fight another boss at Incantation. Gamma Goblin working their way through Prince of Persia 2.
And that's it.
Zakrstu getting another fairy there. Yeah, Gamma Goblin moving on to Lost Vikings 2.
I was hearing the players talk about Prince of Persia 2. I was really worried we had made a
Yeah.
mistake. But, at least among these first several players, they seem to have gotten a handle on it.
Zaytok's on the elevator. Meanwhile, Zakrstu destroying all of these enemies. Right there. And now moving to the final boss of the goal here before we go to game 15. Zaytok's fighting that worm boss.
Off screen, we have Fee, who is on Prince of Persia 2. Fee was just behind Gamma Goblin throughout Zoop, maybe like 10 seconds behind. But Prince of Persia 2 has really changed things. Gamma Goblin pulled massively ahead during that.
And that's it for King of Demons. And now we go to a game I don't know, not too many people know about this one. It's really obscure. No, I'm just kidding. It's Super Mario RPG.
Who's that?
So the goal for Super Mario RPG is to defeat Belome. So I will be fully transparent here. I'll go ahead and just get this out of the way. I didn't play the SNES version of this until a week ago, but I did play the Switch game. The remake that they made. I'll go ahead and admit it.
Well, the remake is really good though, so I mean.
True.
Stop.
I had a lot of fun with it. It was a great game. This is a great game.
It was a good remake.
Mhm.
I mean,
So
if you don't have
this-
a commentator for this, I actually ran this game too.
Oh, sweet.
We don't. Please do stick around.
Because I can talk about this to an extent, but if you've got more information, go for it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I actually ran when the Switch version came out. I immediately switched to the Switch version and started running that because it was just the quality of life stuff is so good in the Switch version.
Zakrstu accidentally
Yeah,
gets an encounter here.
that is not what you want to
There we
do.
Dealt with it pretty quick, though.
Yeah. There are some ways to, like, do some manipulation on this. I don't know how much the runners have experience in this game, so I don't know if anyone's going to be doing, like, yeah, he got 3 hits, so. Anything crazy here at the beginning.
Thankfully, there is an entire speedrun wiki that people can go to if they want to learn this game.
Yeah, it's very in-depth, too.
Mhm.
Like, anything you could possibly want to know is on the wiki.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you're basically just fighting off those terrapins and then making your way to Bowser. Not a whole lot to discuss in this first section here. And yeah, this run is going to have a lot of dialogue and cutscenes that the runners have to skip, but to be fair, I really love about Super 16 that there's always an RPG in each list, because the SNES had a lot of great RPGs, so it's great to have those represented. And plus, like, learning an RPG as a speedrun is very different from learning, like, other, you know, stuff like platformers and stuff. Like, it's very different. It requires, like, different skills and stuff, so it's cool to see, like, how much of an RPG speedrun can you learn. in this amount of time.
And it's usually pretty tricky to decide which RPG, because there's
True.
usually several that are good candidates. But
Mm-hmm.
this time around, though, I think it kind of had to be SMRPG.
It had to, yeah.
Yeah, this one though, speaking of how they're different, this one does have like a bit of platforming and stuff in it, so it kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like a midway, I feel like, because you have a lot of like movement tech you do too during this one. Like it's not like an old school Final Fantasy game where
Right.
you're just moving on grids. Which I'm assuming we're gonna see people go for some good skips here on Bellum, or not on Bellum, on Mac.
Yeah, I saw a couple people do max skip. In fact, I was just messing around with this game to prepare for commentary, and I learned how to do max skip, and I was able to hit it. And I
Nice.
don't even run this game, but I was able to hit max skip, so felt good.
The title screen.
Yep.
Oh, that's the game I'm playing.
In case you forgot, this
Right,
is what
start
you're
your
playing.
timer.
Yep.
There is actually a thing, I don't know if people never notice, but the sword doesn't show up on the title screen until after you watch that cutscene.
Interesting. I will say we will see this as part of the goal, but anytime Mario has to explain the story to other characters, I love that like he'll briefly turn into the other characters and like he'll like run around and do all these silly little things. This game has a lot of charm in it. So Mario's just trying to go back to where he was, but he can't. Because now, this place has been overtaken by the Smithy gang. Also, Toad explains that you can use the save blocks to save your game. I don't know how often runners are going to save, but for blind runners, I would say save as much as possible. But top runners may elect to only save like maybe a couple of times, or maybe not at all. I don't advise that, but especially for max skip, I would definitely save before that, personally.
Yeah, 100%. If they're going for max skip, they should definitely save before max skip. I actually wouldn't save at all besides before max skip for this. It's not too hard up to that point. I think that's the one that's going to be like, if you miss, you might have to restart because you might not be able to do max the way you need to.
Right. Oh, by the way, Toad is giving you some instructions here, but you need to tell him that you understand how to play the game. This is kind of like Ocarina of Time, where it's like, you know, do you understand everything I just said to you? And the default option is no. You need to switch to the other option and say, I know how to play. Otherwise, he'll explain it again. Meanwhile, Zatox is on SMRPG now. Chrononess about to start King of Demons, Gamma Goblin almost done with Lost Vikings 2. So Zacherstu is going to try to avoid every single encounter here. No need to fight any of them. But right here we have a trick where he's going to jump on the edge of that flower and then jump over here to get that flower in that chest. Well done. Ooh. Gets an encounter here, though.
Yeah. Some of the ends can be kind of tricky to get away from because they come out pretty fast from, you know, blind spots.
Right. now we're going to the Hammer Bros fight.
So there is a fast way to do this. We'll see how Zocker does it. I'm gonna guess he does do it the fast way, so that you avoid one of the Hammer Bros powering himself up.
So right there, even though Mario got hit both times, he took no damage. If you press the defend button right as an attack is about to hit you, you can prevent yourself from taking damage. And also, if you time your attacks correctly, you can deal more damage out. And this game is full of like timed attacks and timed defenses and stuff like that.
Yeah, a major part of the run is being able to do 100 super jumps in a row.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the first big hurdle of like, oh, do I want to go to the like faster route?
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, we won't be seeing that in the Super
Not
16. However, in the full run, yeah, it's a lot. So now we're heading to Mushroom Kingdom at the shop to sell an item and then buy some stuff. I don't think you need to buy everything that you would on like a full run, but we're selling the flower jar to get some money, buying some mushrooms, honey syrups, pick-me-ups, the shirt, the jump shoes. You can buy the pants if you want, but it's not required. And then you're gonna equip Mario with the stuff that you just bought.
Yeah. Looks like we're not gonna go into the basement either.
Yeah. So while there's dialogue here, so mushrooms restore health. The honey syrups will replenish your flower like meter, so it's basically your magic. It'll replenish that. And then pick-me-ups are essentially revives, and then there were able juices that just restores if you have a status effect on you. It just restores it, gets rid of it. But Zockerstu opted not to buy those, which for this goal, I think Belome on its own, like that's the only place where status effects are really going to matter. But there's ways around that, so you can buy them for safety if you really want to, but it's not required.
Yeah, ideally the only enemy you would even fight that's gonna give you a status effect is Belome.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But yeah, I kind of talked during it, but yeah, Mario is explaining the story to the Chancellor here, and he turned into Bowser, then he turned into Peach. This game is awesome.
It's also, I like that all the other characters are just completely fine with Mario turning into other characters.
Yeah.
They don't question it at all. They're like, oh yeah,
Nope.
that's normal for Mario.
Yeah. This is just another regular day. Nothing's wrong. But anyways, as Mario is about to leave the castle, we will be introduced to another character. So Krako has stolen something very valuable from Mallow. Poor Mallow. Meanwhile, Chrononess is waiting for the blue drop there to turn into the dragon in King of Demons. Gamma Goblin fighting a boss in Incantation. Zatox is talking to Toad, and Mario is explaining the story to Toad. When Mallow cries, it starts raining. But this dialogue, Mallow wants to join Mario on his quest, and they are going to go chase after Krako and get back Mallow's grandpa's coin. Mallow, who looks nothing like a frog, is joining the party. So the next area Zockerstu is going to will be Bandit's Way in order to chase Krako. Zaytok's making his way to the Hammer Brothers fight. Actually, he's going to do this flower
Yeah.
jump first. He got it. Nice. The music in SMRPG is great as well. So there is a save block there.
Oh,
Zokrstu
nope.
opts to not save.
Yep, no safety save.
Yep. So you've got to jump on these blocks to navigate over this. Otherwise, you risk fighting those things. Dodging that Goomba. Oh, gets an encounter there, though. So, I don't know if you know this, Reeves, but, so being able to run away is random, it seems. Do you know if, like, do you know, like, what the percentage is that you'll be able to run away or not? Or is it literally just 50-50?
I don't know what the actual percentages are. I actually don't even know if it's the same on every enemy.
Gotcha,
Since you
okay.
asked that. It could be different on different enemies.
Maybe, yeah. And plus, some enemies you can't run away from at all.
Yeah.
They'll say, like, you can't run. So, right here, what Zokrstu did, he got that star, the invincibility star, and he just ran into all those enemies.
Yeah.
That does count as defeating an enemy, and that does count as you getting experience. So,
Yeah, so I do know a little bit more about that. The way that works, the number of stars you have collected in the game, like the actual like storyline stars,
yeah.
determine how much XP you get per hit enemy with that star.
Oh,
So the
okay.
further in the game you are, the more XP you get when you kill enemies with those power-up stars.
Nice. So right here, you don't want Krako to see you, otherwise, because you have to just keep catching him over and over again, like keep surprising him. But this
Yeah.
time, Mallow comes out, and now we start the Krako fight.
This is another fight that has like a pretty specific pattern. I mean, they all do. Basically, that's the gist of this entire game. There's a pattern you follow for the fight, and if you do all the blocks and the timings right, you're gonna win. Because there's not too, at least early on, there's not like too much RNG that can happen that where something would go so horribly wrong that you would die. Although Krako is one of the enemies where something like that could happen. If he throws bombs, they're unblockable.
Yeah.
So
Zokrstu, realizing he doesn't have enough magic to be able to do the jump again, so
Yeah.
he's using a honey syrup. And then Mallow's gonna
Safety
heal
mushroom,
Mario.
yes.
Yeah,
that is a good call.
definitely. Got a freebie. Nice. So basically, Mario is always going to use his jump attack so long as he can. Mallow will defend and use items. Weird mushroom. That restored some health for Krako, but after that jump, okay, we're back to normal now.
Yeah. So also, it's kind of hard to tell when you're playing through the game, but Mario's jump actually does get better. So if you notice throughout this fight, it's been slowly doing more damage. Every other jump increases the damage it does by 1 point. So now if he's
Oh, 51, there we go.
51 that time, maybe it was 2 points. But yeah, so ideally you want to keep doing jumps to get it to hit more, and that's, you know, gonna get you kills a little faster.
And yeah, that's the Krako fight. We've got the coin back. Good stuff. Meanwhile, Zaytox just got Mallow for his party. Chrononess is on the last stage of the King of Demons goal. Gamma Goblin in the swamp area of Incantation. So now, when we go back to Mushroom Kingdom, it has been overrun by these enemies called shysters, I believe is what they're called.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Zocrastu is going to save. That's a very
Yeah,
smart call.
That's a very good call.
So we're coming on a trick called Max Skip, which skips a boss fight. Yeah, and you have to dodge these enemies, otherwise you have to fight them and you can't run from any of them.
Yeah, so the basic gist of this skip is that he's gonna jump on top of one of these shysters on the left here, and then jump over the check for where Mario would start the cutscene that would talk to Mac and start the fight.
He got it.
He got it. Good stuff.
So the Chancellor is already there, and that's what they want you to do is defeat Mac, and then you go talk to the Chancellor. But you can do that before you even do this boss fight. So there we go. Well done.
That was
And,
great.
yeah.
That was super smooth.
Definitely. And yeah, it's funny. On the SMRPG Speedrun Wiki, there is literally a 6-step guide on how to do just Max Skip. But to be fair, it was very helpful. So, but yeah. Now there's just some more dialogue here, and then after that we head to the final area for this goal. Meanwhile, Zatox just grabbed that invincibility star, took out some enemies, and now Mario has leveled up. Chrononess is starting Super Mario RPG. Gamma Goblin working their way through Incantation still. Grandpa says to watch out for somebody called Bellome. Yep, that's the goal for Super 16. So yeah, a lot of the sewers here is just navigate to a button that will lower the water, and then you can go down that pipe, and then you'll be at Bellome. So nothing too crazy so long as you know the path.
Gonna skip that save though. Okay.
So we've got 2 boss fights going, Bellome and Croco. And Chrononess fighting the Terrapins at the beginning. Gamma Goblin has completed Incantation Stage 8, moving on to King of Demons. So, Bellome is using this attack that turns you into a scarecrow. You can still use your magic, thankfully. However, you can't attack. But thankfully in this boss fight, that's not really going to matter because we're just going to be using the jump magic anyways. And now Bellome is going to try to eat Mallow. But with some jump attacks, we can get Mallow back out to safety. Good defense there, 0 damage.
Yeah.
And Mallow can use this Thunderbolt magic to deal some damage. He also has a move called HP Rain, where it literally just heals whoever you decide to use it on. But we've got mushrooms. And now we have... Oh, okay, Mario's not a scarecrow anymore. Mallow is.
Yeah, the status debuff, at least this status debuff only lasts 3 turns.
Yeah.
So...
Oh, he missed on that. Zatox has defeated Croco. Chrononess completed the chandelier part, going through some text and dialogue and cutscenes now. Gamma Goblin working their way through King of Demons.
And that's it.
Yeah.
You got Bellome.
Bellome is out. And with that, Zocker Stu will be the first person to go to the last game of the list, which is Donkey Kong Country 3.
Zaytok's coming up to the max skip here.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if he gets it. He got it. Nice.
Nice. Was a little panicky there because he was
Yeah.
moving around a lot on the.
He was taking a little bit extra time setting it up, but hey, honestly, take that that extra time and set it up just so that you know you get it. All right, but so Donkey Kong Country 3, the last game, the goal is 3 worlds, and the reason it's specified as 3 worlds is because the first 2 worlds in this game are set, but after that, you get a choice between 2 worlds of where you would like to go. Technically, you could access the Lost World, but the thing is, you have to have a cheat code to actually play all the levels in the Lost World, and plus it's too difficult, and plus Super 16 no cheat codes, so yeah, it's a choice between 2 worlds. I personally recommended everybody go to Cotton Top Cove instead of Mechanos. However, you're allowed to go to Mechanos if you want. Mechanos is about a minute slower, and plus a couple of the levels are more difficult, and a couple of levels are auto scrollers, and one is a really slow level. It's more fun to watch and play Cotton Top Cove. But anyways, the first 2 worlds in this game, just like Donkey Kong Country 2, the first 2 worlds have built-in warp barrels that you can use to just bypass the stage. So really, we're seeing 5 levels where you're just going to warp, and then you're going to fight a boss. You'll do the same thing for World 2, and then World 3, you can decide where you would like to go. And then once you beat the 3rd world, that is it for the Super 16. So, right here on this level, Tidal Trouble, there is a water bounce. That saves a little bit of time. Kitty can water bounce. Kitty can also team throw upwards. But he's also slower on ropes. Meanwhile, Dixie can hover. And Dixie is just faster on ropes and stuff. Like, she's faster in general. But she can throw Kitty, but she can only throw Kitty, like, right in front of her. So it's not really useful in this race. Meanwhile, Zaytox is fighting Balome. Chrononess is talking to Toad. And Zocker Stu is heading to Murky Mill. 1 more warp, and then he gets to fight the first boss of DKC3. So, kind of a hot take. DKC2 is my favorite game casually, but speedrunning, for whatever reason, I always loved speedrunning DKC3, when usually it's the other way around. Most people like DKC3 like as a casual game, but they love running 2 or 1 for that instance. But for some reason, I was always the opposite. For some reason, this game and I get along. So anyways, this first boss, Belcha, you need to put this bug in his mouth. He'll eat it, and then he will belch and propel himself backwards. But if you just jump into his teeth with the bug in your hands, it will automatically drop into his mouth. And yeah, there we go. World 1 is done for Zocker Stu. Just like that. So now he's moving on to World 2. Chrononess fighting the Hammer Brothers. Zaytox trying to defeat Balome. Oh, but Balome actually is going to put Mallow to sleep. I don't know if... Yeah, okay, he's just going to go for a jump.
Yeah, you can't use items or anything, so the only choice he has is blocking or
magic,
attacking. Yeah, it's magic.
Mm-hmm. So this level Zocker Stu is on, that is a little bit tricky to get through that section because the warp barrel is, for whatever reason, built into this stage really far in. I don't know why, but thankfully Zocker Stu made quick work of it. Really, the first hard part of this goal, and really the speed run, is the World 2 boss. He's very difficult to do fast. The safe way is safe, and it is easy, it's just slow. So, we'll see what happens. Gamma Goblin is fighting this eyeball boss, trying to take them out. Bellum gonna eat Mallow again. Nothing a couple jumps can't fix, though. Or just one in that case.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, he was
nice
close to
job.
being dead, so.
True, yeah. All right, so Zatox will be joining Zockerstu on the last game here in just a moment. Zockerstu, this is the last warp he's going to take. And then we're going to fight Eric, a giant spider boss. And he can kind of be a jerk. But there is a quick kill for him. So he takes 4 hits. You have to throw barrels or, just take barrels into his face. If with Dixie, she can just hold the barrel above her head and you just have to jump into his face with the barrel. But what you can do here, so Zockerstu just hit Eric in the face off screen. You can jump after you walk off of that tree there. And then for the 3rd and 4th hits, you just walk off and then throw the barrel upwards. That was perfect.
Wow.
Zockerstu,
great.
that was phenomenal. That is textbook optimal fight there. Well done. So now Zockerstu. So he's gonna go back to Funky's Rentals because Eric dropped a patch, and if you give the patch to Funky, he will build a new he will build a hovercraft, and that's what you can use to drive over those rocks and access the 2 new worlds and technically the Lost World. But again, we're not gonna worry about the Lost World. You're not gonna see that today. So Zockerstu, I am pretty sure, is going to go to Cotton Top Cove for his 3rd world, but we will wait and see. I don't know. I could get blindsided, but no, he went to Cotton Top Cove. All right. So there are 5 stages in this world and then a boss. And after the boss, that is the end of this Super 16 race. Or at least that will be the first place finish because we want to watch everybody else finish, That's one of my favorite parts is watching everybody else, still going and grinding it out to finish this out.
Yeah.
So we've got our first swimming stage here. Basically, you want to try to hug walls because if you know where these fish are coming out, if you can just hug the wall, and right there, like a fish swam over Zockerstu, but because he was hugging the wall there, it just barely did not touch him. So what I tend to do for swimming stages is I tend to do a claw grip where I'll put my index finger on the Y button, which is your run button, your roll button, whatever. And then I have my thumb on B. It's just easier for me to mash the B button there, but obviously not required. You can use any grip you'd like for the controller. Zockerstu taking his time there on that one fish. It was kind of in a weird spot, but that's fine. Just no point in losing Kitty here. We are, I believe... Oh, okay. Zockerstu's going to switch to Dixie here.
Did Diddy and Dixie have... Or, Diddy... Kitty and Dixie have different hitboxes in the water?
Yes. In general, actually.
Yeah.
In general.
Yeah.
Kitty's
Okay.
hitbox is a lot larger, yeah.
That's what I kind of figured, but,
Yeah.
I didn't play... I don't speedrun this one, really, so...
No, that's fair enough. But yeah, their hitboxes are different. But also, the reason that Zockerstu put Kitty back in front is because this level has a couple of damage boosts that skip a couple of sections. Zockerstu, okay, there we go. He went left and then rolled over and went to the right. So Zockerstu is going to take a hit here. Every time you get hit in this game, in midair, you get an extra jump. So what happened there is he used that extra jump to get some height, and then he used Dixie's hovering ability to hover over to that barrel on the left, which saves having to, because normally they want you to wait and then, let it shoot you out a couple of times, then you can go, and it's just, that's too slow. So that just skips all of that. And then there's a similar damage boost coming up, but it will be in reverse. So right here, Dixie will take the hit, Kitty will then get his extra jump, and he will clip into that barrel because his hitbox is quite big. So, and you don't have to take those damage boosts. You can play it safe if you want, but Zockerstu wanting to save some time there. Do a team throw there to skip some more of that section. Very nice. That team throw, if you stand there and do a team throw, you'll hit that barrel, even though you can't see it. And yeah, very well done there. Zatox working their way through World 2. So right there, Zockerstu just got hit and Kitty is gone. So this is a one-hit kill game. If your Kong gets hit, they run away, and then it switches to the other Kong you have, or you die if it's the only one. So the thing is that in this level, if even just having Kitty with you is going to cause lag. This game has a lot of lag built into it. Rare was really pushing the Super Nintendo as far as possible, because this was a late release. This was a November 1996 release, I think. So he is getting rid of Kitty, and now Dixie, because she's better on these ropes and she can hover, she's going to do this level by herself. Even right there's a little bit of lag, but yeah. That's the safe strat, is to just hover. There, if you want the record in this game, you can jump right in front of that first enemy and then roll through all 3 of those enemies, but that's, you only have a small range of pixels to work with there. So I don't advise that for this race, but there was a DK barrel there, but Zockerstu is skipping that. There is another one later that he can get instead. Zatox almost to the Eric fight. We'll see if he can get the optimal Eric kill. Meanwhile, Chrononess is about to fight Croco. Gamma Goblin is starting Mario RPG. So right here, this enemy is hard to get past anyways, so we may as well take him out. There was a barrel there with Ellie the elephant's face on it. We are going to play as Ellie for the boss in this world. However, it's slower to take Ellie for this. You only need her if you're doing 103% runs, which that's not required. So it's faster to just go ahead and play this level with the Kongs. Anyways, Zatox fighting Eric. Oh, interesting. So Zatox did a different version of that strat, where he hit Eric while he was still on screen. Ah, but that barrel missed, unfortunately, yeah. So Eric will spit out this like green goo, like these balls that bounce around. Okay, interesting. So now Zatox has to wait. He has to come down here, set the barrel down. Oh, okay, never mind. Normally Eric would just throw more goo, but he did not there. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's baiting Eric to shoot Dixie while she's still up there. That way he doesn't do... Normally he has like 5 balls he throws out, but yeah, okay. Well, most of that was optimal, but unfortunately taking that hit, he had to resort to a different strat, but it worked out. Zatox is moving on to World 3. Zockerstu on Fish Food Frenzy. You have to keep this fish behind you happy by feeding it fish, but you have to avoid the urchins. So there are 4 colors that the fish can be: blue, purple, light red, and dark red. If he turns dark red, he will eat one of your Kongs. So, and he's always going to be positioned behind you. So if you know an urchin's coming, you can like turn around and the fish will be behind you, and he's not by the urchin, for instance. So like right here, he stayed looking to the right because he knew that there was a fish on his left. And Zatox is also going to Cotton Top Cove instead of Mechanos. So like right there, he turned around so that the fish would be behind Dixie. That way it would not eat the urchin there. And yeah. So now Zockerstu has one more boss. And if he completes this boss fight, he will be the winner of Super 16 number 9. So for this boss fight, you are forced to play as Ellie the Elephant. She can drink water from this waterfall, and Squirt, this boss, will eventually put his eyes out in front of the waterfall, and you're just gonna shoot him in the eyes. And there's 3 phases. This water cannot damage you, but it can push you off the stage. So that's just something you gotta just keep in mind. Alrighty, one more phase. Zatox on level 2 of World 3. And ladies and gentlemen, Zockerstu has completed the final goal. Zockerstu has finished in first place in the Super 16 number 9 race.
GG, Stalker Zoo.
GG.
Soccer
Get some
Stew.
Yes.
Name backwards.
Did I say the wrong name at first?
No, I said his name backwards.
Oh, you said it backwards. Okay. But yes, Zockerstu, GG. Get some GGs in the chat. Well done. So, according to race time, that was a time of 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 34 seconds.
Wow, very nice. Under
Very
3
nice,
hours. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Under 250, which I'm actually surprised by. I thought the winning time would be like a little bit over 250. Now Zockerstu got under.
Might be the fastest finish for a Super 16. I could be wrong about that.
It's either that or it's because I was in Super 16 number 4 and I vaguely remember that winning time being like 240, I think.
Oh, was it? Okay.
It might have been, yeah. in the chat, Zockerstu says, "OMG, no way. Yes way. You are the winner of the 9th Super 16. Congratulations." So, we mentioned this early on, but now what we're going to do is we're going to rotate out some runners. We'll show some other runners on the stream now, because we want to give everybody some screen time. And then, I'm not sure, I guess it'll be up to Feasel, but we might get some of these runners in here to do like a little interview, let them talk about their race and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll take a step out here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Congrats again to Zocker
Yeah.
Stew.
There you go. You got it.
I got it. Good luck to the rest of the runners.
Yeah. Thank you, Reebs. But anyways, now we have Fee on the screen here. They are on this spider fight on the elevator. Zatox went to Swanky's show. Not required. I don't know if that was just a missed input or if he was just having fun there. But Zatox is the favorite for second place. Chrononess fighting Belome. Gamma Goblin working their way through Mario RPG. Zatox also elects to take just Dixie for this first part of this stage. Also skipping Ellie, good. You can do this level as Ellie, like there's nothing like wrong with it, it's just slower. Some people may have practiced it with Ellie, just maybe they wanted to play it safe or something, I don't know, but yeah. Zatox going for that damage boost, he gets it. Takes damage right there to get rid of Kitty.
Hello?
Hello, we are joined by
Hello.
Zockerstu, the winner of Super 16 number 9.
Congratulations.
Actually, I don't know how this happened. It wasn't going all too well in the beginning, but then...
There was a little. I know you weren't watching all the streams. There was. It's between you and Zatox, and there was a little bit of place trading in the first third of this race, but you pulled ahead. I don't know. Maybe you're on game 4 or 5, something like that. And then Zatox had a bad death in Mega Man X3 that caused him to repeat a level, and by that time you had basically a insurmountable lead at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Crazy. Wow. um, like the worst thing for me was, I mean, I'm usually used to being a DKC runner, so like in the ending, and Mario RPG is basically chill, except for that stupid skip. And I was shaking so hard, I had to play it on emulator because on SD2 SNES it's pretty laggy for whatever reason
Oh,
with all
okay.
these jumping guys. And I was shaking so hard because before the race I was actually having a save state right in that room, and I was only nailing it like 30% of the time. I wasn't sure why it wasn't working, but well, okay, it worked first try.
It worked first try today. That's what matters.
Yeah, I know that feeling where you just can't get it in practice, and you're like, oh my goodness, how am I going to do this? But it's a different thing when you're actually in there in the zone, you know.
I was permanently watching. Oh my god, the race is starting in about 20 minutes, and I cannot get it. What should I do? I cannot fight mech. That's like no opportunity, I guess. Especially if you don't know the fight, because I'm not really used to Mario RPG in like casual knowledge or so.
So what do you think went really well for you? Like what game were you like, okay, perfect, that's exactly what I wanted to do?
Yeah, I was very happy about sub 10 Tetris Attack, because like Tetris Attack was definitely, at least it feels like 50% of the entire preparation went into Tetris Attack. Because I had no idea, my brain was not able to work with this game, and well, after like maybe, I don't know, over 100 hours maybe, I finally understood how to do proper chains. I don't know. And Power Picks was really good. Arkanoid was not so good, not having a single bonus pill. Like, these are completely random, I guess. I didn't figure out like if you can kind of manipulate that, but luckily I got the shot in this weird Arkanoid stage where you have like one small space where you have to navigate through, and this is like the most crucial part about it, and I'm happy it worked out.
So real quick, I just want to interrupt real quick to say Zatox has finished in second place in the Super 16. Race time was 2:56:06. GG. A sub 3 time.
Another sub 3, very good. So, Zakar Stu, I was massively impressed by your Prince of Persia 2.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
tell us, where did you get these strats from? I mean, I know the DOS version does some out of bounds and things like that. But how did you get these ideas?
Yeah, I actually have to give a big shout out to Gamma Goblin, who's also still in the race, because he found the TAS on YouTube and he kind of tried to replicate it, and well, he eventually did it, and it's not even that hard. So the hardest part is still like the casual stuff, I guess, not even the glitches, because I don't know, I had to pause buffer at some screens because it's just too hard to do proper jump timings with all that delay with this walking animation stuff and so. Yeah, but Prince of Persia was one of the first games I played, and I was I was actually thinking of quitting Super 16 because I was so mad at this control stuff. But in the end, it was like one of the games that I enjoyed the most, because it's just so quick. Like, it can be like low 3 minutes for the first 5 stages. Yeah. And yeah, what I didn't like at all was definitely Arkanoid, and probably Frogger was also I don't know. I never want to play this game again.
Hopefully, no one forces you to.
I cannot imagine why I should. So.
Was there a game in this list that you hadn't played but you actually ended up liking from this?
Yeah, it was like Prince of Persia, but only in the speedrun sense, like not casually also. Of course, I'm excited to see like how the blind runners will do. With
Yeah, we might be watching that for quite a while today.
And Tetris Attack, even though I hated it in the beginning, I started to kind of really like it. And what was it? Like Majou is also pretty neat game, even though I had a hard time today.
Yeah.
And what? Yeah, also I didn't like Zoop, by the way. It's just so boring. I don't know. I don't understand why you would run a game like this. I don't know.
It gets really hard later on, so maybe some people just like that.
Yeah,
about
maybe,
Zoop, I don't
maybe.
know.
Yeah, it's probably the challenge, but it's, I don't know, it's kind of an auto-scroller once you get the hang of it, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I also enjoyed Kirby, even though I hated it in the beginning because it's so difficult to get the mix and not lose the power up and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, I think I gotta head out already. But thank you for the race again. It was very, very interesting list.
Thank you. It was very entertaining watching you
Mhm.
run through it. That was amazing.
Yo, thank you so much. And I gotta watch it and let's see what went well and what didn't. And yeah, hype for next year, of course.
All right. Well, congratulations.
All right, have a good one. Thank you.
You too.
Me too. Thank you.
I've extended the invitation to Zatox.
Alrighty.
All right, that's interesting. I didn't think to look for a task for Prince of Persia 2, but that's a good idea.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, it's amazing.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say Chrononess is fighting Eric, but unfortunately has lost Kitty, so this is gonna be a little bit more complicated. Yeah, this is the safe strat I was thinking about earlier. Zatox did not do it this way. He found a different way to do this, but you just wait for all the goo to go away and then jump into his face with the barrel. So there we go. Chrononess moving on to World 3.
Okay, it looks like we do not have Zatox coming in, but anyway, congratulations to Zatox on second and on our only other sub 3.
Yep,
I'm
we
interested
are past the
go ahead.
3-hour mark.
Yeah, we are just past it. I'm
Mhm.
interested, and maybe I'll ask everyone in the Discord after this is over, but I'm interested to hear what the players think about this particular list. It's always a challenge to just know, because like you can do your research and you can try these games out, but you don't really know what it's going to be like after after having practiced it for 2 months. Like it's just not a thing you can predict, and
Mhm.
and everyone's tastes are different. So
Mhm.
I'm certainly curious what they think. All right, I'm going to do a rundown and see everyone else who is still running where they are. We have
Sounds
11
good.
players still racing right now, 4 of which we see on screen. Atler is doing Lost Vikings 2. Okay, that's one to keep an eye on. Chrono we got on screen, and Feta we have on screen doing Maui Mallard. Gamma Goblin on screen. Okay, Kedjim. Kedjim just starting Prince of Persia 2. Klotzkov is in Prince of Persia 2. Looks like just taking a break here. Mikan is in Mega Man X3. Okay. Fee we've got, right? Yeah, Fee we've got up.
Mhm.
Random 64 is on Tetris Attack. Okay, wow, quite a spread. Interesting. Slim Kirby, who will eventually be joining us for commentary after the race is over, is currently playing Incantation. That would be the furthest along. Maybe we'll swap Slim Kirby in. And then Zombie Train. Let's see. Zombie Train. Oh, doing Mario RPG. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
We're swapping in Zombie Train then. Let's put Zombie Train up.
Chrononess on stage 2 of World 3. So they've got 3 more levels and a boss after, and then they will be finished. Meanwhile, Fee heading to the chandeliers in the Bowser fight. Gamma Goblin gonna save. I believe Gamma Goblin is about to do max skip. And then Zombie Train is also is right behind Fee, actually. Oh, Gamma Goblin gets an encounter, can't run. Not sure what the plan will be. They're gonna fight, okay. The alternative is to just go ahead and reset because you just saved, but he's gonna go ahead and fight. Chrono Nest doing this level solo Dixie as well. These barrels that are climbing along the ropes, they're not random or anything. They're always going to move the same way as soon as they are, like, loaded into the level, I guess. Wow, this is close between Fee and Zombie Train. Oh, Chrono Nest taking a death there, unfortunately. I think they got the halfway barrel, though. Yeah, they did. No problem. Alright, Gamma Goblin gets max skip. Very nice. I'm gonna assume Chrono Nest got max skip as well. I don't know if... I think I missed that, unfortunately. But I'm going to assume that Chrono Nest got it. So there are 13 racers in this race. 2 people have finished already. The other 11 are all still going. Double title screen on Mario RPG there. Chrono Nest loses Dixie there, but is going to just take that part the safe way. There is a DK barrel right there, so... Yeah. But he does go for that damage boost there, so that Dixie can just hover across. Meanwhile, Gamma Goblin trying to get to Bellome. Gamma Goblin also not saving before Bellome.
Bold, very bold.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I guess if they've been playing these games for 2 months, maybe they're just confident enough to where it's like, yeah, I know how to do this fight, and they're just, they're just gonna go ahead and do it.
Let's assume that's what it is.
Yep, that's what I will assume. Yes. Chrono Nest on the last stage before the boss. The fish is not on the... Uh-oh. Gotta be careful, Chrono Nest. There we go. Sometimes in this level Fish Food Frenzy, sometimes the fish will just kind of despawn and get stuck somewhere, and he won't come back until he turns dark red. In that case, he'll eat one of your Kongs. So I don't know exactly why that happens, but it has something to do with like the fish just getting stuck somewhere and not eating a fish. It's very annoying, but
I like that lick attack.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Oh, we're gonna get a Scarecrow here now for Gamma Goblin. Meanwhile, Chrononess on the final boss of the Super 16. So again, this water that Squirt is squirting out, I wonder why they call him Squirt. It does not damage you, but it can push you off the level, and you'll die that way.
What is Squirt, though? Like, what is this creature?
I have no idea, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if anybody knows what Squirt is. Like,
Is it a waterfall, or is it a creature in the waterfall?
it's a creature in the waterfall. I just don't know what kind of creature he is. And that'll do it for Chrononess.
Okay, all right.
Chrononess is in 3rd place for the Super 16 number 9. Official race time is 3 hours, 10 minutes, 27 seconds. So GG to Chrononess. A slug, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That's a good answer. So just in case anybody missed it, so far we have 3 finishers. Zocker Stew was our winner, 2 hours, 49 minutes, 34 seconds. Zatox came in 2nd place with 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 6 seconds. Chrononess just finished in 3rd place, 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 27 seconds. We have 10 more racers who are still going. Gamma Goblin still trying to defeat Bellome here. Fee is slightly ahead of Zombie Train. Zombie Train has taken out one Hammer Brother, but they got to take out the other one. Mario is now a Scarecrow on Gamma Goblin's screen, but that hopefully won't be too big of an issue.
Doesn't really seem to be a problem.
Nah, if Mario turns into a Scarecrow, it's fine, because Mario only is going to use his jump attack anyways, so not an issue.
I guess the not being able to use an item could be an issue, but you have another person.
True, yeah. Oh, Bellome gonna eat Mallow again. Meanwhile, Atler is on Incantation right now. I think they just beat stage 3, I believe? Let's see here. Yeah, they just beat stage 3, so they've got 5 more to go. Oh, but unfortunately Atler falls in a bottomless pit there. That's okay, you just respawn where you are, and you try again. On Fikun's screen, we see Mario reenacting the beginning of the game for the Chancellor.
All right, and Gamma Goblin rolling into DKC3.
I see what you did there, rolling, because, you know, they roll in this game.
Yeah, I've been around a while. I've heard these things that people say.
The top file on Gamma Goblin's screen is just
0%.
0%, yeah. Yeah, that, to be fair, if you start a game and you never save, it's 0%, and it just starts you from the very beginning. So there actually is something, so you're forced to go to Wrinkly Save Cave at the very beginning, but there is a way to skip all that dialogue and stuff. If you just hold left and B as soon as the music stops playing, you will automatically leave Wrinkly Save Cave. The game won't save, but you'll automatically leave, and that can save some time. But it's possible Gamma Goblin didn't know about that, but that's all right. It's a minor time save. It's not a big deal. Zombie Train and Fee both recruiting Mallow. Gamma Goblin taking the first warp. Atler trying to ascend in this area in Incantation. So this level Gamma Goblin's on, you have to jump and pull those handles to get the doors to lift, but you don't have to pull that third handle because the warp is right before the door. Every level, the biggest criticism I hear of DKC3 is that every level is like, each level has a gimmick, and this game is full of gimmicks, but for whatever reason, it never bothered me personally. But like in that case, that level's quote gimmick is that you have to open the doors by jumping on the handles. This level, the water pushes you to the left a little bit, but otherwise not too problematic. Atler, stage completed. Gamma Goblin trying to find the warp here. There we go. Yeah, sometimes you'll like just barely miss the warp because the warp is not shown on the screen. It's invisible, so sometimes you'll like just barely miss it. It happens.
I've extended the commentary invite to Chrono Ness. We'll see if they choose to join us.
Yep.
I also just noticed that Chrono Ness was third place finisher last year too.
Oh, neat.
Consistent.
Fee got the invincibility star and is killing these enemies. And that would be a level up. Zombie Train about to do the invincibility star section. Atler fighting a frog.
Seems like you're always either fighting a frog or going down that purpley bubble tunnel.
Yeah. A lot of these levels tend to kind of just repeat stuff.
Anytime I look at Incantation, I see one of those two things.
Gamma Goblin just barely getting hit by that acorn there. Not a problem, though. Dixie can still get this warp and everything. And the start of the next stage has a DK barrel, so it's fine.
Hello, Chrono.
Hello, hello.
Congrats on third place.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
Well, you got third place last year, though, didn't you?
I did it. So one more for the 3/3, and I'd be very happy.
Yeah, there you go.
3/3, yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but to be honest, I mean, first of all, I want to thank everyone that participate in the race, and the organizers, obviously, and also the people who were watching the entire race. I know it's a very long stream, so it's not something very easy to do, to be honest.
What did you think of the list this year?
To be honest, I think it's the best list so far.
All right.
Except for Incantation. I hate that game so much. We have a few names that I can't say here for that game, but you can start wondering or figuring yourselves. I won't spoil it.
I gotcha.
But it was a very solid list, a very fun list, to be honest. A few surprises. Prince of Persia, we were joking that it was the worst probably game of the series, and for me it was one of my favorites, I would say. Like, it's so full of leeches, it's unexpected, I don't know, it's crazy. Very fun.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see what people were able to do with that. There wasn't like really much speed tech to it, not a game that a lot of people had run, and we heard that the task was found, and that shed some light on the strategy a bit.
Yeah, the thing with that game is that you pretty much have 2 or 3 frames to, like, the character moves by 2 or 3 frame windows, I don't know. So you can pretty much buffer every single input exactly as the task. So if you are fast enough, you can pull everything that's in that video. It's still difficult, but it's pretty fun and looks very, fun to watch. It's very nice.
Any other games that you picked up during this that you might actually play again?
I may do King of Demons, but because we have a marathon here in Chile in the next month, and there's not much left in that game. I think it's 2 levels or 3 levels. So I might learn that one just for that event. I don't know. Tetris Attack for me, it was so much fun. I really want to keep playing that one for a bit.
Yeah, that's definitely like the definitive SNES puzzle game, I think.
Yeah, and I don't know. I learned a lot about the other games. For example, on X3, I had a lot of help from top players, like, Chogman. We had Gio once teaching a bit of that game. It's not my cup of tea, but it's nice to. I mean, what I usually want, or why I usually race these games, is because I love to understand what's happening in the game more than learning by myself. So, learning, for example, why the quick kill on Toxic Seahorse work, or how does it work, for me is by far the best part of this race, like the most interesting.
Yeah, there's nothing like doing it yourself to actually help you learn something, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm glad that you said that about King of Demons. I was really hoping that, because that's just such a beautiful game, and it's like got all this like gross, disgusting stuff, and it's like a very interesting game, and like no one's ever heard of this. So I'm really glad to see that there's a possibility it's going to get some more attention now.
Yeah, to be honest, it was kind of strange because right before the S16, we were talking with Sadox about which games could be in this race. I nailed, I think, 8 out of the 16. Not sure, maybe 9.
All right, nice.
You should make the next list.
maybe. And one of those was King of Demons. Because one of these SNES channels that I follow on YouTube, usually I think it was Snestrunk, maybe. They keep talking about these hidden jewels on the SNES era. They talked about Power Pigs. They talked about
Nice.
They talked about King of Demons and about Incantation. So I went and thought that those 3 could be in because they are less known, but they still have something to show. So it was interesting. It was interesting. Frogger was unexpected, I have to say. Like, I knew it had a chance, but it was 97, so it was like, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, it's notable in that it being the last SNES release. I mean,
Exactly,
kind of
that
a
was
good
the
reason
thing.
to put it in.
Yeah, the last release on the USA catalog, you could say. So it was surprising. Not the best game to be the last one, but we take those, I think.
Yeah, the very end of the SNES, it get a little weird with what games they decided to release. I don't know. Maybe it just became, I don't know, just for business reasons, cheaper to just, now's the time to port your weird game to this system before it goes out.
Yeah, I mean, SNES did sold quite some units, so I don't think it's a bad reasoning. Like, people will still have the SNES, the N64 is still expensive, so just let's try to just fill the catalog with whatever we have left, or what we have in the like pending.
Right, this N64 was already out for a year in North America, so it's kind of the weird ones that got released for the SNES at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the other that I didn't like it as well, because I probably know that some people may agree, is Street Fighter Alpha 2. Like, the loading times are so terrible in that game. It's hard to believe how optimized that game is. I don't know how difficult it was to port, but the loading times, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like,
They're pretty lengthy, yeah.
yeah, it's like KO ... you win, and then it's like, oh my god, it's a bit distracting. I don't know. But otherwise, fantastic list, I have to say. Like, I had so much fun with this one. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be surely here next year, maybe for the third place again. I hope so.
I'm glad that you enjoyed the list.
Absolutely. 2 months of a lot of fun. Not gonna lie.
Wonderful. Well, great. Congratulations.
Thank you, and thanks you again for organizing this, and everyone who joined it this year again. And the viewers, as always. Thank you.
Great, thank
I'm
you.
going now. I need to, eat something.
Sounds good. Yep.
So yeah, but thanks again. And I'll be lurking the rest of the round probably. I'll join later to comment a few things, but for now I'll just lurk.
Sounds good.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, definitely eat something if you haven't. Everyone
Yes.
who's watching, if you've been just glued to your chair for the last 3.5 hours. I ate 4 pounds of cherry tomatoes. That's what I've eaten during this race.
Nice. I took a break I think it was during incantation. I ate a protein bar so I could get some energy.
There you go. Get that fuel.
There you go. So Gamma Goblin is on this. They've got one more stage after this, and then the boss, and then they'll be done. Zombie Train still trying to defeat Belome. Fee is starting DKC3.
All right. Yeah, so Gamma Goblin, most likely our next finisher.
Mm-hmm.
But I think after this, yeah, and then Fee is a good bit ahead. Yeah, so they are spread out a bit here, but
yeah, roughly 10 to 12 minutes between
Yeah.
those two, I would guess. Zombie Train and Fee were close at one point, but Fee took down Belome faster. But speaking of, Zombie Train just defeated Belome, so they're moving on to DKC3.
yeah, I mean, there's
is about to get the dragon. There we go.
right, maybe like one unfortunate death or something, or just some real fast play on Zombie Train's side. We could certainly see an
Yep.
upset here.
Oh, Gamma Goblin. Oh, okay. So Gamma Goblin quickly grabbed the halfway point, because the fish ate 2 urchins there, and now he'll just respawn at the halfway point. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. It can turn dark red and take you down. So
Well, good thinking. Good adapting.
yes, yeah. Gamma realizing that, grabbing the halfway, and then taking the death. Not a bad strategy. I've seen people do what they'll do is if they know the fish is going to kill them, they will hang out by a DK barrel. That way they'll get hit, but then they'll immediately get the other Kong back. So I've seen that before too. So Atlar on stage 3 in King of Demons. Fee about to fight Belcha. Gamma Goblin about to fight Squirt. So again, you can stand back and throw the bug into Belcha's mouth. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just a little bit faster to go ahead and just jump into his mouth. Because when you bump into him, the bug automatically falls into his mouth, and then that's that.
Right, I don't think we've seen anybody throw it, right?
Not yet, no. Alright, I think Gamma Goblin has one more phase of this fight. Oh, gotta be careful. There we go. Okay. Oh, just barely missed that last shot. So they gotta go around again. Thankfully, Squirt's health doesn't replenish or anything like that. There we go. And that is GG for Gamma Goblin. Official race time, 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 8 seconds. 4th place.
Wow, very nice, very nice. I'm going to swap Slim Kirby into that position, who is currently in SMRPG.
All right. So Zombie Train on 1-5, so the next stage will be Belcha. Fee-Kun just completed, I think it was Squeals on Wheels, yeah. So 2 more stages and then the boss. Oh, Zombie Train gonna just throw the bug into Belcha's mouth here. Sometimes if you try to bump into Belcha with the bug in your hands, sometimes it will miss. Like, it can just barely miss, so... Yeah. It's very annoying when that happens, but... Meanwhile, Fee fighting Eric, the spider boss. Unfortunately, that first barrel missed, but they're going to try again. Ah, but that time it was too early. I do love seeing everybody going for this strat, though. I made a tutorial for this goal when this list was announced, and I showed off both the fast way, which is what everybody's been trying, versus like the safe way.
What's the safe way?
So the safe way is you literally just switch to Dixie, go up there, get the barrel, and then jump into his face with the
like
barrel.
that.
Yeah, and then when so the green goo balls that he shoots out, they're always the same. They're never random. So you can just hang out in the bottom right or bottom left corner, kind of like what Fee's doing right now, and then go get a barrel. And then once Eric starts jumping again, you just jump into his face again. So yeah, I think Fee forgot about the the goo balls there. You can actually put the barrel down on the ground. If you're as long as you're holding Y and you're holding down, if you let go of Y, whoever it is, they'll just set down the barrel. But it's not required. It's just something that may help a little bit. And there we go. Just got to get the patch. Atler fighting the eyeball boss in King of Demons. Slim Kirby is fighting the Hammer Brothers. Zombie Train is trying to finish World 2 of DKC 3. I am curious if anybody is going... So everybody's been going to Cotton Top Cove as their World 3. I'm very curious if anybody's going to go to Mechanos. I'm very curious.
That'd be interesting to see.
Driving the hovercraft is a little complicated, so it's very easy to get stuck on things for some reason. I don't know why. It's just hitboxes and stuff. But...
Much like a real hovercraft, I imagine that's not very easy to drive without getting stuck somewhere too.
Yeah. All right, Slim Kirby defeated the Hammer Brothers. Atler still fighting this eyeball. Zombie Train is about to go to the Eric fight.
Why is this spider called Eric?
I don't know why. It's supposed to be some kind of a pun off of arachnid, I guess. But I don't know. That's my guess.
Well, that's something. It just seemed kind of arbitrary if there wasn't some story behind it.
Right. So Zombie Train is going to take this fight safe. They're keeping Dixie in front. They're just going to wait for Eric to drop down so he can hit him in the face with the barrel. I don't remember how much time the fast fight saves over this safe one, but it's... If I had to guess, maybe it's like 25 seconds or something.
I mean, you still risk getting hit by those goop balls, right? Or is that not the case if you just shoot it as you're falling?
Yeah, if you throw it right before Eric is about to start shooting the goo, then he just never shoots that goo. So it can be a problem if you're too slow. You do risk that.
So there's kind of a timer. There's kind of a timer that resets once you've dealt damage to the boss, and if you can get the barrel and shoot it before the goop begins. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Because, like, I don't remember who it happened to, but somebody threw the barrel upwards, but it hit a goo ball instead of hitting the boss, and that's because they were a little too slow on actually throwing the barrel there. But yeah. Anyway, Zombie Train, which world will they go to? Yep, Cotton Top Cove. That's what I recommend. It's a minute faster, so...
Yeah, based on the discussions on, I think, day one after this was released, everyone seemed to pretty much have that idea. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe someone will go the other way.
Yeah. It is allowed if they want to do that. Atler's still fighting this eyeball. I don't know how close they are to finishing it out.
Well, we got the small mode here.
Yeah.
There you go. You can stun lock this thing. You should be able to stun lock that guy, right?
I think every time you hit him, the eyeball will change its trajectory and it'll start bouncing around differently. But then I don't think you can hit him again until he can start, like, once he starts moving again.
You'd have to time it really well, I guess.
Yeah. So I guess you could stun lock him, but you'd have to know the timing of it.
I haven't seen anyone do that. A couple people I've seen maybe get like 3 hits in, like on one horizontal before they, before it closes too much distance.
Yeah. Oh, is that it? Did Atler do it?
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
Atler did
yeah.
it. There we go.
Whew.
Moving on to this flower boss. Meanwhile, Zombie Train about to finish the first level of World 3. Slim Kirby recruiting Mallow. Atler finishing stage 3 and going to the Ghost Train stage. And Fee is on Creeping Clasps, trying not to take damage here or anything. There we go. So Slim Kirby actually bought the pants at that shop in Mushroom Kingdom and gave them to Mallow. That's a safe strat. It just gives Mallow some extra defense.
I also bring extra pants just for safety.
Absolutely. Zombie Train not taking the damage boost, but that's fine. That's a safe strat. If you're not super comfortable going through this, through any of these stages with just one Kong, having the other one with you just in case something goes wrong, not a bad idea. Oh, Fee just barely missed that damage boost to get to that barrel, but thankfully, the way the tracker barrels work is they're always following you up to a certain point. That bottom barrel was still following Fee, so it's fine. That was that did scare me briefly though.
Yes.
Alright, Fee just has this level and then the final boss, and they'll be done. Slim Kirby gets the invincibility star. They're gonna level up here. Atler working their way through the train.
Oh.
Slim Kirby gonna fight this encounter. And Slim Kirby won. Maybe Slim Kirby just wants the extra experience to maybe level up more, I'm not sure. Fee has completed this stage and is going to the final boss for the Super 16. Zombie Train is 2 levels away.
When you said Zombie Train, I was watching the lower left screen, and I'm like, yeah, that is Zombie Train.
Yeah. All right, so for Fee, this would be 5th place.
Let's see.
I think that was the second cycle. There's 3 phases, or 3 cycles, I guess. And that is that. Fee has finished with an official time of 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 49 seconds. That is 5th place. Get some GGs in the chat.
Very nice. Sub
We
4.
have, yep, we've got our top 5 now.
Let me see who else we can swap in, and I will also extend an invitation to Fee.
All right, Atler has completed King of Demons goal, moving on to Mario RPG. Slim Kirby fighting Croco. Zombie Train going to the last stage before the final boss of DKC3, or at least for the goal. Oh, the fish ate an urchin, but that's alright.
All right. We are joined by Fee, who just finished in 3rd place. Congratulations. Sorry, 5th place. Congratulations.
It's a very funny pronunciation for 5th.
Oh, how do you pronounce it?
Well, not 3rd.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Good. All right. What did you think of the list this year?
It's an interesting list. I think that it's a really well designed list in that nothing except Prince of Persia is the most frustrating thing I've ever seen in my life. But like I got asked this the other day, and I think like if I had a ding against it, there are no games that I would consider surprising. Like everything that you look at the list, you just look at the names of the list and you're like, I've heard of that, I haven't heard of that, I've heard of that, I haven't heard of that. And the ones that I've heard of were pretty fun. And the ones that I haven't heard of were pretty not.
Pretty not.
I gotcha.
Oh, not a big Wiz fan?
Not a big Wiz fan, no.
That's certainly a certain kind of game.
It's not any surprise to me that isometric platformers did not catch on.
No. Well, what did you really like? What did you like from this?
I knew I would, but I really enjoyed playing Mario RPG. I just like RPG speedruns in general, but that one's really fun.
Had you had experience with that game before this?
With the game, yes, not with the run.
Oh, okay, not as a speedrun. Okay.
Yeah. Also, I like Kirby. I'm apparently really bad at it. And Tetris Attack is fun. It's just impossible.
That's accurate.
Yeah, we heard from Zucker Stu that he spent about half of his practice time working on Tetris Attack, which
Yeah.
Makes sense.
No, it's necessary. That game is. It's just the difference between being really good and being like able to see anything is extraordinary. Like I fought and fought and fought for weeks to get down to an 18-minute time. And then you look at the top runners and it's like, oh yeah, no, 8 minutes. Sure, that's that seems reasonable. Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to appreciate if you haven't tried to play the game fast. It's hard to appreciate just how good the people who are really good are at it. So.
Yeah.
So
well, I have a lot of
real quick-
respect for runners of that game now.
Real quick, Zombie Train has finished.
Oh, GG.
Oh boy, wow, really close. Yeah, you two were real close as we
Yes.
came down to the end here. Oh, I gotta swap some people around.
So yeah, Zombie Train finished in 6th place, 3:48.47. GG.
I hate King of Demons.
Oh, really?
Yes, I hate that you can softlock if you dash too quickly after killing the centipede.
Now that I did not know.
I knew it now.
Yeah. What's funny is some people have had some choice words about incantation. What did you think of that one?
I think it's a whatever game. It's, it's not mechanically complicated except for the like exact rhythm that you need to do, especially the bombs fast against all the bosses with 80 billion health. But the levels are really short. The platforming is fine,
Right.
and the bosses don't have any challenge to them. It's like, it's not a fun game, but it doesn't get in your way enough to really get upset at it.
That's fair. Yeah, I think it was Chrononess who said that Incantation was their least favorite of this.
I mean,
which-
I could see that being the case. It's it's not very good, but
that's fair.
Yeah, but it's just a run and gun game. It's not really, they don't ask you to do too much, but
No,
it's
they
just not
don't.
all that good, all that well made, I suppose.
no, it's one of those like really late era console like shovelware sort of things. A lot of
Apparently,
people had ideas for games, but didn't really want to commit resources to it because
that's true. It's kind of the end of the life cycle. We're moving on to new systems. And
Yeah.
the ones
it's
that
funny.
have
The two versions of things that you get are like absolute super bangers, like Mario RPG or Donkey Kong, or like just what's a DOS game that we haven't ported to the SNES in the last 10 years.
Wow, Atari games are 10 cents to buy the rights to?
Woo! All right, sign me up.
All right, we're putting Frogger on here now.
Yeah.
Wait, what? The N64's been out for a year already? We'll put Frogger on the Super
It's fine.
Nintendo.
That's what people want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as like, so for your run today, like what do you think went to plan? Like which of the games was it like, oh, this is exactly what I practiced, went great. What are you happy with?
Almost nothing. X3
Okay.
went fine. That was pretty close to PB time. Wiz was also fine, and Incantation was fine. Everything else was a disaster. Just an absolute disaster. I accidentally spit out the jet after it got knocked out in the mini boss fight right at the beginning of Kirby, and then I never recovered from there. It's a random chance. It happens. You just got to be prepared to swallow it again, and I hit Y, and then I said Y, and then I didn't know what to do. I guess Street Fighter was fine.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. There's not a. I mean, I guess it's possible to mess up Street Fighter, but it's kind of hard to do that.
Yeah. You put it down on 1-star difficulty, you're not gonna lose. It's just a question
Nah.
of you
Yeah.
press the buttons gooder. Or if you do Sakura's incredibly slow grab accidentally 5 times in a row.
What did you
It
say?
didn't happen this time, but I've had it happen. You see how committed I am to going fast? I'm not even using the good characters.
Well, we saw 4 different, like the first 4 players we saw 4 different characters for.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect that. I figured everyone was going to be Ryu or Akuma.
I think Zakerstu went Ken. I think Zatox went Ryu. Somebody went.
Someone was Sagat, right?
Name. Yeah, Sagat. Yeah.
Nice.
When I was playing the game, just so I could play everything before doing commentary, I went Chun-Li.
Okay.
Just because I didn't know who to pick, and I'm bad at fighting games anyway, so I was like, why not? Let's play Chun-Li. So, Slim Kirby went Sagat, according to chat. Thank you very much.
Okay, cool. Good for him.
Oh, Slim Kirby, by the way, just got max skip.
Nice.
Very nice.
So in terms of your practice time, what game do you think you spent the most time practicing?
Tetris Attack.
Really? Okay. That's probably gonna be the answer.
I think everybody's gonna
You're
say
gonna get
that.
that answer a lot. I started out, I couldn't see anything. I tried to describe it to people who are watching me play. It was like looking at a missing no. I just saw garbled colors and there were no matches possible anywhere. And so I just flailed around. It took me 3 hours to beat easy mode. And I'm like, uh-oh, this is a huge problem. And I had to like slowly chip it down to being even sort of functional, to being able to do sometimes 3 chains. And it took hours and hours and hours and days and days and days. And I still didn't get there. I wish I had another week to practice just that. I think that would have really improved my overall time in the race. But oh well, I did my best.
Yeah, and that's all you can do. And overall, you did pretty well in this race, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
fifth is
yeah.
very good. Sub 4 hour.
I'll take it.
Did you do any full runs?
No, I didn't have time this year.
Mm,
I wish I had. It really helps to do full runs. Having your first one be the run is
yeah.
not ideal.
Yeah. So just for the viewers right now, I'm looking at the other 3 races we have off stream. Kedjim is on King of Demons, Mikan is on Zoop, and then Random64 is on Mega Man X3. And then we have the 4 racers you see on the screen right now.
I'm actually just about to put Kedjim on screen.
Alrighty.
I think I've tried to put them on before, but they were paused on a game for a break or something like that.
Okay. We are almost at the 4-hour mark in the race. Slim Kirby fighting Belome. Kedjim on the worm boss in King of Demons. And Mario is getting turned into a scarecrow, but that's not a problem.
It's actually kind of better if he gets turned into a scarecrow. I mean, it's scripted for one thing, but it's
Mhm.
better if it lands, because if you can only have one status effect at a time in SMRPG. So he can't sleep sauce Mario if he's scarecrowed, and it's much worse to do that. You have to use enable juice, and Mallow's possibly not available, so it wastes potentially a lot of time. But Scarecrow wastes no time, so
yeah.
Go Scarecrows. Stick for a body, head full of straw. Give me a Scarecrow, rah rah rah.
All right, Kedjim defeated that boss. Let's see if they're going to get the blue dragon or if they're going to take something different. Yeah, they're taking the blue dragon.
Did we see anything besides blue dragon?
I don't think so. I haven't seen anybody else go with any other.
Blue dragon is the only one that has good movement, so I cannot imagine anybody's gonna go
I
for
know
anything.
I know if you take the orange one, it's basically just a stronger version of Abel. Like it's still just the same movement, but
Yeah,
this-
except you do somersaults instead of rolls.
Right, right.
But yeah, it's basically the same thing. There's an argument for it. If you have... I even thought briefly about not transforming at all, because the ability to mash the gun kills things
Yeah.
really fast. The
Yes.
problem is that he moves really slow,
Mm-hmm.
and there's more skipping enemies than there is fighting them.
Atler has recruited Mallow. Slim Kirby about to start DKC 3.
Yay, go Atler. That's my wife.
Oh.
Running this together this year. It was really fun.
Oh, that's sweet.
She does not speedrun.
And yet is doing very well in this race.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's doing amazing. I'm so proud of her.
Hey there.
All right. Welcome. We are joined by Zombie Train.
Hey guys.
GG.
Hey, GG. Congrats on the finish.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was it's always a test of endurance when you're doing one of these. But that having to redo all of the Dark Pigs or excuse me, Power Pigs of the
Power
Dark
Pigs.
was
Yeah, you had that out of bounds, that accidental out of bounds.
yeah. I hit a bird and fell through the planet. So jerk birds at their best.
Yeah, our commentator at the time was saying something about that just before that happened to you. So.
Checks out, commentator curse, right? There you go. But yeah, otherwise, I was pretty happy. I struggled with the max skip yesterday, so in practice, but I was able to get that first try today, so that was good.
Nice.
Cool. What were you happy with? What else were you happy with in your run today?
King of Demons went really well. I think I skipped the bouncing eye portion of the eye fight, which I've never done before. That was kind of bizarre. But that led to a really good time there. I was pretty happy with Mega Man. That's always it's like the bane of my existence, that game. But
Really?
I've never been very good at the X series of Mega Man games, so it was a really good playthrough for me there, and I was pretty happy with Tetris Attack. I'd practiced that game the most and had never been able to get lower than like a 20-minute time, so I got a 1943, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, very good. Great.
Cool. Well,
Yeah, so what did you... I've been asking everybody this. What did you think of the list? What did you like? What did you not like?
yeah, I mean, I think I had a different expectation when I saw the list before I came in. So I saw Kirby and was like really excited at first, and then playing through Kirby solo was way different than playing co-op, and that's what I was used to playing it with, with friends and stuff. But yeah, I think it played well. There was it was nice to have a break for your thumb after playing, Incantation and King of Demons, and then kind of go into Super Mario, so you could at least mash with a different finger. But yeah, that was pretty mash intensive. But and Lost Vikings was a good cooldown after Prince of Persia. I feel like Prince of Persia can be pretty frustrating, as most people have probably experienced. Zoop was probably my least favorite game on the list, just because it feels really frantic. I could never really figure out a good system, so I was always just kind of dashing around trying to get rid of pieces where I could. But I really enjoyed the set as a whole. I think it made a lot of sense. It had some good ebbs and flows to it. So
That's good. Yeah, I feel you on Zoop. I actually kind of liked it, but I agree that I didn't really know what I was doing either. I was just kind of going, and the fact that you only had to do 6 levels, I'm like, okay, I probably wouldn't have survived, much more than this with my strategy, or lack thereof,
Yeah. And the bonuses in that game seem kind of random, so it's you couldn't really count on getting the snake, is what I refer to it as, that clears the screen. So, the ideal setup would be, obviously you hold that until you get to 6 and get some pieces out there and then get the last one, but it didn't seem consistent enough to count on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be interested to know if there's any kind of RNG manipulation, because I feel like that would be a game changer.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, interesting. You mentioned Prince of Persia 2. Now, that has been the most divisive game. I mean, we've heard some very different opinions on it. I know that it was really daunting for a lot of people at first. I mean, how did you find that after you had really given it some practice that it wasn't so bad, or was it bad?
Yeah, I mean, I think after I figured out, the wonkiness of it, it was still frustrating because there are things I felt were just pure RNG. Like sometimes fighting those guards, it's just like, nope, you're dead. But actually navigating the dungeons and things like that, and like once you kind of figure out, like especially the slide step, like if you hold the A button, you can slide step to get kind of back on, like I call it like the grid. And that made it a lot easier when you know, the community shared that information with me. But I ended up enjoying it a lot more after I figured it out. At first I was like, oh man, this is gonna break everybody, but I think again, people shared a lot of information in the community around like how to actually get through it, and I think that made it a lot easier.
That's good. I like to see the kind of community and team aspect of this, because you know, that's what speedrunning's about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you didn't mention Tetris Attack when you were talking about things that were wild and frantic and hard to wrap your head around. What's your opinion of that game?
Yeah, I mean, I think with Tetris Attack, it made, once I figured out that the you know, the idea was to make the chains, like chain combos. Because when I first played the game blind, I was mostly just clearing like 4 blocks at a time and dropping like a little bit of junk on the opponent. But then obviously the chains is really what you're going for, because that drops more. And that kind of broke my brain for a little bit, but then I started recognizing places where I could at least set up one, and that was kind of what I was going for. And it never really felt super frantic until like the last couple of opponents, but it was a game that was frustrating in a way that I always felt like I was doing better than I actually was. It's like, oh man, I just cleared, like, you know, I got 3 combos, and I look over and, you know, he's got this giant block that he just clears immediately, and I'm like, oh man. Like, so that was frustrating.
Yeah, right. You don't have to do too much chaining when you're just playing on easy, but it probably helps to do a little bit.
Yeah. Especially like the last 2 opponents, I found like, because I was starting out like just again trying to do like the 4 matches or 5s, and it just seemed like they could clear those too fast, like on, you know, the 9th and 10th opponents. So I was like, if I'm gonna get any good at this, I really need to focus on getting the chains. So.
Let's see. Any games on this list that you hadn't really been introduced to before, but that makes you want to play more of now?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's actually that's something I really enjoyed about the list, is there was a bunch of games in here I'd never even thought of, and it's probably because, you know, like a lot of these games came up at like the end of the life cycle of Super Nintendo. But like Wiz was one that I was like really scared about at first, but I was afraid you could just run off the edge, and I was like, oh man, this is gonna be terrible. But it's actually really easy to get around, and once you figure out where everything is, it's really fun. So that's probably a game I'd go back and finish. Even though I'm not super great at Tetris Attack, I'd probably play that more. That's really fun. Let's see. What other games did I really liked King of Demons. That was super fun. It's a lot of mashing, which you know, I'm older now, so it's not as easy. But it's a great game. The graphics are great. Like, it's just got a really good kind of feel to it. So that's definitely a game I'll go back to at some point too, I think.
Sounds good. Yeah, well, we heard from world record holder that the world record for Wiz is up for grabs if you want it.
There you go. Just look into it.
All right. Cool. I don't know. Anything else stand out to you about your run today? Anything that we might have missed that you want to talk about?
No, I mean, I highlighted the clipping through the ground thing on my channel, so I'm going to share that in the Discord for anybody who might have missed that. I think that's just ridiculous, but, you know, I think overall I was just really happy that I could recover from that. Like, honestly, that was a huge setback, and I was like, do I just reset? Like, I can't die in the spot. Like, I definitely soft locked, and I could look up the password, but I couldn't even remember if we allowed passwords. I think we did, but yeah, so I was just really happy that I was able to kind of recover from that and kind of finish things out.
Yeah, that's great. Had you done any full game runs before this?
Yeah, I did a few. I did. Oh, you mean like full, like?
Oh, sorry, yeah, full set runs.
Yeah, full sets. Yeah, I did. I ended up doing 3 in total. One I didn't like finish legitimately because I had to use some save states on one of the games. But yeah, I did a few prior to the race.
That's good. I bet that helped. How does this time compare to your best full set?
Yeah, actually, I I improved by 10 minutes, despite having to play the Power Pigs over again. I struggled a lot with the max skip on Super Mario RPG on my last one. Yeah, it was an easy time save when I got the max skip first try. So.
Speaking of Mac, Atler is actually fighting Mac. She went for max skip a couple of times and missed, and I guess she decided, you know what, I'm just gonna fight.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I tried that too. Like my plan was before I knew the mechanics of it again, which like the community shared, like how it works and how to set it up and things like that. I was like, oh, maybe I'll try to grind a few levels prior to Mac and then just fight it, but I don't know. I found it too difficult.
Yeah.
It's surprising how much stronger Mac is compared to Balom, the next boss. It's just kind of weird. Cool. Well, I'm gonna jump out of here, but thanks as always for putting this on, Fees, and everybody else in the community who's supported. It's been super fun. I always like doing it, and I mean, even just participating and completing it in any fashion, doesn't matter what place you come in, I think is an accomplishment. These things are super tough.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Have a good day, guys.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Well, we have Slim Kirby approaching the end of this list.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Kejim on the final boss of the King of Demons goal. Klotzkov, I believe, just defeated Krako. Let me check the other racers. So we've got Fedes on stage 10 of Tetris Attack. Mikan is on Prince of Persia 2, and Random 64 is on Mega Man X3.
Right, I'm going to go look through our off-screen runners just to see what's going on there.
Looks like Klotzkov is fighting a couple of shysters. I don't know if they got in. So you can't run from these encounters, which is a little annoying. Atler's still fighting Mac. The last time I fought Mac was when I was playing the Switch remake of this game, so I don't remember how this fight usually goes, but hopefully Atler can do this. Slim Kirby on Creeping Clasps. Slim Kirby actually decided to keep Kirby with them, Kitty. Now, we saw Kirby at the very beginning of the race. We saw Slim Kirby keep Kitty through this level. It's going to generate some lag, but at the same time, it's a lot safer, so no issue there. Kejim is starting Mario RPG now.
Yeah, not a surprise we're seeing so much SMRPG. I mean, because it's the second last game, but also the longest goal in this list, I believe.
That's right. Klotzkov setting up for max skip here. It froze on my end. I think that's it. It froze on. Oh, there we go.
It
okay.
is, yeah.
Yeah. It froze, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, Klotzkov got max skip. Well done. I think earlier their internet knocked their stream out for a brief moment, so maybe it was just some internet issues going on, but it's all good. And Atler defeated Mac. Good job.
Hey, very good. That took a while. I see why you skipped this.
Yes, that was several minutes there. Slim Kirby working their way through Tracker Barrel Trek. They've got one more level and then one more boss after. Slim Kirby, I think, was trying to go past that enemy, but... Oh, they're actually taking Ellie. Let's go. They're going to take
Nice.
Ellie through this stage.
That's right. Get a little water. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. To be fair, she can shoot the water at the enemies. That way goes to a bonus, though. That's only if you're doing 100%. Don't need to go that way.
That elephant can jump.
Yes.
Oh, that's helpful though, shooting those bees.
Yeah, yeah. This is the ultra safe way through it, which at this point, honestly, I don't blame you. If you just want to just take... If you're just trying to finish, yeah, I don't blame you.
Right, especially if you know that there isn't someone else who's like right on your heels.
True, true. Slim Kirby's the only one in DKC3 right now.
I think that's true. Like,
Yeah.
next closest person, Mikan in Prince of Persia, so...
Mhm. Klotzkopf hitting the button there to drain the water. Now they can go fight Bellome. They are going to save right before. That's smart.
Only 41 damage on the jump? Does that mean that Klotzkopf just has not used a lot of jumps?
I'm assuming so. Or I didn't see what they upgraded when they leveled up. I'm not entirely sure. Now that was 49.
Oh,
so
okay,
it's
I was
starting to get
confused.
stronger, yeah.
Alright, I was confused.
No. Atler gets an encounter, but is going to fight this encounter. Slim Kirby is on the last stage right before the boss.
Oh, double Scarecrow.
Oh boy. Oh, and there's they don't have enough magic to be able to do the jump attack there, so they just have to
Ew.
defend.
Yeah, you just gotta defend. It's only 3 rounds for this Scarecrow?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They're gonna go with Thunderbolt because they have enough magic to do that at least. All right, Mario's back to his normal stuff. So Mario can use a honey syrup here. That's what I would. That's what I would do personally. Yeah, there we go. You never know. Maybe they want to heal instead. It's up to the runner.
Yep.
Oh no. Bellome is going with a sleep sauce there. Atler also on Bellome now. We've got 2 Bellome fights going on.
Oh, very cool.
Slim Kirby on the final boss of Super 16. Alright, one more cycle for Slim Kirby. And yeah, so Squirt is squirting the water the opposite direction. If you're standing on the right at the start, Squirt will go the opposite direction. It's nothing weird there. And that is it for Slim Kirby.
Good, very good.
GG. That is a finishing time. 7th place 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 1 second. GG to Slim Kirby. So we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got 6 more racers going. Oh, did Klotzkopf lose to Balome and not save? I thought I saw them save. Because I'm noticing they're back. I am not sure what happened. I missed it while I was looking at race time. I might have to go back on the VOD and look and see. That is very unfortunate, though, if something happened. Oh, oh, okay, so they did save, at least. Okay, my guess is they lost to Balome, but they're trying again. That's my guess. Yeah, I did not see that either, unfortunately. So that being said, everyone, it has been a pleasure commentating this race. This is actually the first time I've ever commentated a multi-game race. I'm used to playing in these, but this time I decided to commentate one. But I, unfortunately, have to head out now. But I think we're going to have another commentator come in to help out for the last couple of hours. So,
We will indeed.
Alrighty, so thanks everybody, and thank you Feasel for putting this together, and thanks for letting me commentate this. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Good luck to the rest of the runners, and I'll be lurking. So, alright, take care everybody.
Alright, thank you. Alright, so it's just me here for now. So you're going to have to listen to my voice for a while. Well, we did just swap in Mikan here. We have 6 people still going, 4 of them on screen. In addition to the 4 we see right now, we have Random64, who is like midway through the Mega Man X3 goal. And we have Feta PG, who is just about to start X3. So very close. Between those two, at least. On screen here, it is nice to see a little Prince of Persia 2 again. It is, we were only really watching Prince of Persia 2 during the, while the front runners were here, so we saw maybe a different set of strats than we're going to see here, but this is much more like my experience trying to play through this goal. Alright, we got Klotzkopf fighting Balome. And out comes Mallow. Yeah, gotta get that magic back. And Scarecrow again. 51 damage, that's pretty good. The sleep didn't work. Okay. Lucky. Mario's back. Must be pretty close here. And there we have it. Very good. So Klotzkopf has Beaten Bloom, and we're done with Super Mario RPG up there in the top right corner. Moving on to DKC3, the final game of the list. So for all you in the chat still watching here, I'm curious, what games from this list had you not seen before today, or before you watched whoever you watched practice these games? What games hadn't you seen before Super 16? And I'm curious what you think about them. I'll go first. For me, Power Pigs, I had never seen that before, and I was quite surprised just to see there was this big, fast-moving platformer hack and slash game that I hadn't played, because it's usually my jam, that kind of thing, and I just had never seen it. I had seen Wiz. I had not played Zoop before, so that was new to me. Prince of Persia 2, as a kid, I beat that on the DOS version, but I didn't even know there was a SNES version. And Incantation was another one that I just wasn't aware of until I just went through the list of, SNES releases and to try to check out the ones that I didn't recognize. It's not a very popular game according to the runners, though. I mean, based on everyone's experience with it in the last 2 months. I don't know, it just looks like an innocuous little run and gun game, but I guess it's nobody's favorite game. And then for me, King of Demons, I had seen that because I think I saw a run from OmniGamer kind of around the time that I also was introduced to Hagane. So that one I had seen before this, but I bet that's a new one to a bunch of people. Wiz, yeah, is casual. Wiz casual is okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Wiz would be easier to speedrun than to be just playing casual. Is Incantation King of Demons? Yeah, I figured that would be on the list for games people hadn't seen before. Yeah, weirdly, after watching everyone play through these, the one that play through these today, the one that I want to go back and play right now is Arkanoid, and that's probably also nobody's favorite game here, but I don't know, just something about it. I just feel like there's I just feel like I haven't played anything like that in a while, and it's about time for that. So maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll play Zoop. Why not? Maybe I'll just play some Zoop after this. I'm an adult. I can do what I want. If I want to play Zoop, that's what I'll do. You can't try to get close to that ledge. That's the tough part about this kind of pseudo grid type game. I mean, there is a grid kind of, but you can kind of get off of it, and then simple things like just climbing down from a ledge become impossible. Yeah, and this is how I do the fights in this game. I just mash the button and hope I don't die. All right, Mikan makes it through that door. Oh. Oh, survived. Okay. Adler fighting Eric. Oh, going for the fast strat. Yeah, just get Dixie out of here. Oh, almost. I don't think that was it. Oh, taking a hit. We got to do this again. I appreciate that she's trying for the fast strat, though. That's probably what I would do too. No, we're just gonna do it that way with Dixie. That's fine. We can, writing down that password, I assume. All right, we have a double Eric fight. And Atler's got it. Very good. Klotzkov, I'm not sure if that one counted. Without the sound, I couldn't really tell. Oh, we're gonna do the kitty barrel toss? We might. Yeah! Oh yeah, go for it. Oh, very good. Wow, what a good fight. Good job, Klotzkov. Alright, which world are we going to? I knew it. I knew it. Cotton Top Cove. There's still a chance someone could do a different world. Still a chance. And same thing, I assume. Yes. Okay, there we go. Klotzkov also going to Cotton Top Cove. Well, we got a real race here in the top right and bottom left. All right, Atler first to get out of that stage. Okay, about 30 seconds. About 30 seconds between those two players. Oh, McCann not having the floaty potion. Right, that's the spot where you float down with the floaty potion. Ooh. Well, we can get that one. Welcome.
Hey.
We are joined by Slim Kirby, who is our 7th place finisher with a time of 4:19:01.
Great to be here on the other side.
Yeah. What were your thoughts on the list today?
Much like last year's, I really enjoyed this year's list. I thought it was very accessible. I thought it had a great mix of different types of games. The speed tech for a lot of them was very interesting and fun to kind of learn and pick up. And I felt pretty good about, honestly, just my performance today too. Ended up like getting PBs on every single one of the back half of the games, except Mario RPG, and that's only because of really bad luck on the Croco fight. And then, yeah, just everything just went really well for me today, honestly.
Yeah, that's great. This is definitely the time to get good luck, or to get good alignment of your strats.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So I bet a lot of these games in the list you had not played before, I'm going to assume.
Not. I'd say I'd played about half of them, actually. I mean, Mario RPG, Kirby Superstar, and DKC3 are like all in my like top 15 SNES titles of all time. So like that definitely helped. Definitely some of the titles I hadn't played before were definitely some rough spots. Prince of Persia definitely being like the big one out of those, but even like Power Pigs and Wiz gave me a lot of like just issues, just like the general controls, but even those were like short enough to the point where like they weren't super long runs anyway.
Yeah, so for those games, did you find that there was, like, you were able to get, some strats, some route ideas from other people, or were you figuring a lot of that out yourself?
I definitely want to give a huge shout out to Zombie, because the video he posted in the server, like, a few weeks into the practice, was super helpful. I took a lot of my strats from him, honestly, because I just had a lot of trouble with some of like the games I mentioned before that had just kind of really rough like movement and just general control and everything, and just even like just games I hadn't touched before. It was just kind of good looking at that VOD that he posted just to kind of get some just general strats for those. So for the most part, a lot of my strats were from him. For a few games I optimized, obviously Kirby Superstar, I tried to focus more on like what I was comfortable with, since I don't really like using jets. Mario RPG, I kind of had like a general like experience strat, and then also a backup strat, which did come into play for me, thankfully, and it did work out for me. But yes, mostly zombies, but I did try to incorporate some of my own stuff along the way too.
So like, what games would you say turned out the best for you during this race? Like, what were you really happy with?
That's hard to say just because again the back half went so well. Honestly, I think my Prince of Persia 2 I'm probably the most proud of, believe it or not, just because like I didn't even die in level 3 or 4. 5 I still died in, but that's a really hard level anyway. But yeah, 4 and 5 I didn't take a single death, and that definitely helped a lot. Or 3 and 4 rather. And I'm trying to think if there's any others. I did get a minute PB in Kirby, which was nice. And I did look at like a whiz run before it started, just because I just did not. I got so lost in that game every single time I practiced it. So just kind of like looking at that and like being able to come up with something by the end was nice. But Prince of Persia 2 is easily the biggest like bright spot of today's run, I'd say.
Yeah. Anything that didn't go so well that you care to talk about?
Mario RPG, and that's again just very unfortunate. He used the bomb attack way too many times. Croco did, and it just got away from me, unfortunately. But I was happy that I got max skip first try. First time I've ever done that first try in any of my attempts of it. So that was nice. That really saved a little bit of breathing room after the catastrophe that was the Croco fight. But yeah, that's probably the game that went the worst for me. I also had a little trouble with X3. Neon Tiger kind of gave me a little bit of trouble, but I did eventually get that, and that was still under 30 minutes, and that was good enough for me, honestly.
Yeah, I imagine you didn't have a chance to see how anyone else was doing during the race, probably just focusing on yourself. But yeah, we saw all kinds of different stuff. Prince of Persia 2, we saw, I would say one of the most impressive things that I saw today was looking at Zakrastu go through Prince of Persia 2. But it was also surprising how many other people were using some really good strats in that game. So people who really were trying to take it like a speed run and not just play safe through the whole thing.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool to see. Also, I saw people doing pretty well with Wiz, and that's a game that I found really hard to play at first. Like I really had a hard time with it, but I stuck with it and got a little bit better at it. But I don't know. Maybe it's just that the people who weren't doing so well didn't happen to be on screen at the time that they went through the game. But I don't know. I thought that one looked like it turned out okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we get down to the end of the SNES life cycle, and it's a lot of some weird stuff. I believe it was Fee who was saying in here earlier. It's either it was either just bangers or garbage, because you have these big powerful franchises with good really good development teams putting out some good stuff and nice mature programming at that point, and then you have some stuff that's just shovelware. So
right,
it's kind of strange.
Yeah, like I'll be honest, I was not expecting both DKC3 and Mario RPG in this list. I thought it was either going to be one or the other, but not both. So it's just kind of like that kind of surprised me personally. And like as far as what's left, like the only game I can think of that like really sticks out is Kirby's Dream Land 3. And of course, because I'm a Kirby fan and everything, but like I can't honestly think of like too much more beyond. So I'm really interested to see what next year is going to bring more than anything.
Just going to be doing N64 games next year.
I'm down with that.
That'd be a weird Super 16.
Yeah, it would be.
Actually, we'd just do a 64 game N64 race, and it'd be half of the library.
Oh gosh, yeah.
All right, well, we have Klotzkov approaching the final boss of this Super 16 here, who appears to have just...
And yep,
ahead of Atler. Oh boy, Klotzkov is done.
GG's.
Let's see that finish time. Klotzkov finish time 4:44:06. 4 minutes, 4 hours, 44 minutes. Pretty good.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we have Atler on, I believe, the stage right before the boss fight.
Yeah, and I see Kedjim's Yeah, I've been working on max skip for a bit, so I mean it's a pretty tricky maneuver. There have been so many attempts I've had at that where it seemed like it should work, and I have no idea why it didn't. But then, it's just about just being very, very precise with where you land and like when you let go of the D-pad on the second jump.
Yeah, we did see one person fighting Mac, but
Okay.
there may have been more people who did and that we didn't notice.
After I did like one attempt in my practices where I did try to see like, okay, well, how would the Mac fight go if I do get to a point where I'm just not getting the skip, and it just would have taken way too long, and getting the experience necessary to make it clean was just not worth it. So I was like, okay, I gotta buckle down and learn this, and I'm glad I did, because Super Mario RPG Randomizer is another randomizer I really like playing, so it's kind of good to know that, just to have that in my backup if I ever do another run of that.
All right, I'm going to swap in someone else here. It looks like both Feta and Random64 are both in Mega Man X3, so I'm just trying to figure out who's ahead. I'm going to put Feta in. Which level is this? Can you tell from the screenshot?
I don't think that's one of the levels I did, so...
Random64 is in Rhino, I think, stage.
Yeah, if it's the cave level, then yeah.
Yeah. What route did you do for X3? I'm not sure if we were watching you during that.
I did Blizzard Buffalo to Seahorse to Rhino to Tiger to... I forget the name of the last one. The one that looks like Heracross, the beetle.
Okay.
And that was a strat I kind of picked that up from Zombie and his run, and I'm just like, okay, I like this better than what I was attempting before, so I just went with that the rest of the way for my practices.
Yeah, for sure. In a race of this length, you just want to do what works. You don't want to get too nitpicky.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. That's definitely the route to take easily.
All right, Atler having another go at this waterfall. What is this called? Squirt or something?
Squirt, yeah.
Squirt. Yeah. What is Squirt? What kind of creature is this?
I do not know.
We've been speculating, but we don't know. No one else in the commentary booth is known. It was said that this was a slug. I guess the eye stalks.
I can see that. Yeah, like a slug or snail, something. Yeah.
What I don't get is if you're immersed in a waterfall, why does it hurt you to get squirted in the eye? It's just a little more water. A little blip from an elephant. I don't know.
I mean, I guess it's just like the pressure of the water just being just shot right into the eye. That probably doesn't feel that good. Yeah.
That's true, and it's all that elephant saliva. I don't know.
I think this is the last few hits for Atler.
Maybe.
Oh, okay, one time. Oh.
A crab. I mean, some kind of crustacean, maybe, from the hard shell and such. Well, looks like Atler's done, right?
Yep.
Yes, Atler finished with 4:48.54. GG, 9th place. GG for Atler. I am going to send her a invite. Let's see if she wants to come in to talk.
seemed like there were just like a lot of like looking at the race times so far. It seems like there've been like a lot of like racers that like scored similar times. So it's probably been nice like kind of watching like the two next to each other. Like looks like Zockerstu and Zatox are pretty close. And
Or actually looks like I'm not because I don't have her on Discord. So that's okay. Anyway, GG nonetheless.
yeah, GG's.
All right, and I'm going to swap in what now? Random 64, which will be the last of our players to join the stream here.
Mm-hmm.
Random 64 also in Mega Man X. X3, I should say. For hopefully they're not playing Mega Man X.
No, that was the first Super 16 I did.
Yep.
6 years ago.
Which one was that overall? Do you remember?
I think that was number 4. I think.
It's number 4. Wow, it was that many? It was that long before they got to the first Mega Man X game. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does look like Kedjim did get the max skip. Always a relief to get that done.
Yeah, I bet. Alright, Random 64 going to... Who's that in the lower left? I had a little guy. I can never tell from these pictures what anything is.
I whenever I like either just play a game or one of these for the first time, I always have to like ask like one of my chats.
That's
like, okay, which one's this?
That's
Which one's
Catfish, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
full Catfish. Okay, all right.
Now this is a very, very important question for me personally. But how many people have gotten the frog coin in the Mushroom Kingdom castle, the hidden chest above the doorway?
I'm not sure I noticed that happening, but I've also been trying to pay attention to like 3 different things at once.
That's fair.
Is anyone who's been watching vigilantly be able to tell us the answer to that?
That's just something I always have to do whenever I play the game, just because I've always been a completionist of Mario RPGs, so that's just very, very personal to me.
Look at the Scarecrow. Whatever will I do? Anyway.
Get a little audio bleed through. I'll switch to a different person.
Yeah. It does look like Mikan is on the final stage of Prince of Persia, so...
And catch him on the final fight of this this goal. Does Bloom always swallow Mallow?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you just manage to somehow take him out before he gets to that point, but yeah.
And does Bloom ever swallow Mario?
No, not in this
Okay,
fight.
so this is a scripted thing that happens. Okay. Well, that's it. That looked like a pretty good fight,
Yeah,
right? I was watching other things part of that time, but that looked like a really quick fight.
yeah. generally, like if you have a good amount of jumps stored up at that point, I mean, you're basically doing like with that and Thunderbolt together, that's like about 80 to 90 damage you're doing to Balloon every turn. If you can get both of those in, he has like 500 HP somewhere around there, so it only takes a couple of turns. It's not too bad.
Yeah, that was a powerful jump, right? That was above 50 every
Yes.
time. So that's not everyone was scoring that high.
Yeah, that was something I tried to incorporate in my run. Just kind of even like fought a few extra enemies just to get a couple of extra jumps, just in case.
Yeah.
I'm also just not very good at like dodging like all the physical attacks, so it's like I'm gonna need as much as help as I can get to get through some of these.
And where's Feta going next? I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Or is it Feed? Feta? Oh yeah, Neon Tiger.
Neon Tiger's not too bad to do Buster only. It's mainly the mini boss that I get kind of stressful about because I usually use the ice quick kill on it.
So for DKC 3, I don't know that we saw anybody do a different choice for World 3. Did you hear about anybody talking about that in the Discord or anything?
No, I just remember seeing from the get-go that everyone was pretty universal in thinking that
Cotton Top.
Cotton Top was the faster just because of no auto scrollers. I thought about trying Mechanos, but then I remembered it has the like low G level. So I was like, nah. I'm good. Oh shoot.
We can't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was Nikon. Oh, okay.
Maybe not. Okay, never mind. I thought we were attempting an out of bounds or something like that.
Oh.
Now wait a minute. That's not what you meant to do.
Yeah, I think that was soft lock, unfortunately. But yeah, there are passwords. So.
Yeah. All right, mini boss down.
Okay, Jim just needs one more hit on Belcha, maybe two if he moves too close. No, one more. There we go.
Now for this, did you throw the thing in, or did you like walk it in?
For Belcha?
For Belcha.
I threw it in with Dixie.
Oh, okay.
I feel like it's slightly easier to throw it in with her, just because she kind of throws more like kind of just directly straight through, while Kitty has more of the underhanded arc. So.
Now, is that where bit would have been if this was a bit level? Sorry, on Feta's screen.
I believe so, yes. Yeah. That's actually where I got, wait, no, actually, I got the very rare bit in the 5th level today, which was...
Interesting. Yeah, so did our first place finisher, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you could ride these bugs.
Doesn't look like it's doing much for you. Okay, I see. Oh, that's the plan. Low on health. There we go. It's always the third shot you jump, right?
I think so, yeah.
It's like, what, up, down, forward? Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes with Mega Man games, though, like, even if you know that timing, you still get that, like, just fear and just jump anyway. That's
Oh,
just
yeah.
I've noticed when playing those.
Did you do this boss, this Maverick?
Yes.
What'd you use? What weapons you use?
I just used Buster, actually.
Just Charge Buster?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the main thing you just want to avoid is just touching him directly, because that's where he just does like the most damage.
Yeah, just like that.
Even the like little small energy blasts don't do that much, so you can get hit by a few of those and still be okay.
Well, I wasn't paying attention to the life count, but this could be the last one.
Right. Okay, think it
Oh.
is. Yeah.
Cat Jim has taken out Eric.
Let's see if we do have a Mechanos
Maybe.
or not.
Maybe. Leave cabin. Oh goodness, I'm scared. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no. Oh, yep, here we go.
No,
Okay, well, let's get our hopes up. Oh, we're going a different way. This is Tunnel Rhino time.
So that looks like Random only needs one more Maverick. Yeah, I see 4 abilities on screen, so...
Mm-hmm. We're going to switch over to Random's audio here. What do those little claws do to you? Do they just
they just kind of hinder your jump a little bit. So yeah.
Just for a moment though.
Yeah, and I think one more hit.
Oh,
Yes.
you could do it. Oh.
Okay.
All right. A little bit of a nail biter.
Okay, well, Random's reached the halfway point.
Players get a 2-minute break at the halfway point, which is what's happening right now on Random screen. There's the Titus logo.
There's been a lot of Titus this year, I noticed.
3, right? Or is there
Yeah.
more? There's at least 3.
There's at least 3 for sure.
Kind of dying to the mid boss.
Yeah, Tunnel Rhino can definitely be like a pretty big gauntlet of a stage. Not only does it have a mini boss, but you know, typically ends up being like in the 3rd stage or 4th stage. So it's like you also have the possibility of bit on top of that.
Yeah. All right, having another go with this mid boss here.
I haven't done the ceiling fling strat yet. Wow, I don't think it grabbed the ceiling once.
That went pretty smoothly.
Yeah.
I think that's only 1 death so far since the, the restart.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, here we go. Tunnel Rhino boss fight. Now, what weapon did you use on Tunnel Rhino?
Seahorses. Unfortunately, not having the air dash does make that kind of more awkward to dodge.
Yeah. Ooh, that's tough, all these body shots.
Yeah.
All right, I think you got one more try. Is that right?
No.
No, that's it. Oh,
Uh,
that is rough. We're getting roadblocked here in my X3.
like I was honestly surprised because this was actually the first time I've played X3 and practicing for this, and I was surprised how much tougher it felt compared to the first two games because so many of the enemies just destroy you in 2 hits basically. So yeah, this was a hard one to kind of get prepared for.
Are you just meant to upgrade more, or is that like, or I mean, I don't know what you would do.
Even then, I feel like so many of the upgrades are kind of locked behind the the mech system or whatever.
Right, that's true.
I honestly haven't honestly even gotten involved with that. I just know that is kind of a thing. Looks like Ketjum is on the final level before the boss fight to end this, so getting very close.
Alright, we're gonna listen to some Bouncy Rabbit.
Okay, Mikan's made it to the last checkpoint in level 5.
Everyone's favorite part of the speedrun.
I just wish I knew how the sword fighting worked in this game. It just still makes no sense to me.
I don't think anyone really figured that out. I saw some good pause buffer fight skips. Yeah, you press the button a lot and you cross your fingers.
See what I mean? It looks like Mika's trying to just jump right
Yeah.
across them.
Just trying to do a little skip. Might work. Ugh.
I mean, getting to the other side is definitely the strat. Anyway, but like
Yeah.
doing that is another story.
Oh, leaving. We're just gonna go leave. What are we looking for? Oh. What are we looking for? Ow. Go.
Okay, we're on the sport fight for Ketjum.
Alright. We can had a refreshing drink. Now we're gonna try this again. Oh, I thought we were there. Just needed a couple of Red Bulls. There you go. Hey, we skipped. Yeah, put your sword away and go, buddy. Oh no! Oh no!
Those floor traps with the like little projectiles are so hard to see. I honestly can't blame her for that.
That's it. You made it. Put your sword away. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Nice try.
Oh, don't you have to beat the boss for the door to open? Or?
I guess that must be it. Yeah, I think that's right. You can also do a thing where you draw your sword and it pushes you through the wall, but... Oh. Come on. Ironically, that skeleton probably had like one hit left the time that Mikan went through it. There you go.
Yep, GG's for Kejum.
Hey, GG's Kejum. Kejum finished in 10th place with a time of 5:19:45. Let's see if we can get them in here for a interview, maybe.
I think we're down to like the 3 blind runners / sight readers, as I like to say, for these events.
Yeah, given that I always think blind runner is a weird thing because people also do blindfolded speed runs, and it's a little ambiguous.
Yeah, so sight readers is a good one.
That sounds better. Yeah. Oops. Alright, we can't poking away. It's almost as if the fighting is completely random.
That's what it feels like, honestly.
I feel like in the first Prince of Persia game, there was a real system to it. You know, you could parry, and then parry and thrust. And if you're paying attention, if you have good reaction, you can fight reliably. And in this, maybe not so much. Oof.
Now, for those who know, because I obviously did not do research, is the sword fighting still work pretty much the same in like the PC version of Prince of Persia 2? Like I was wondering if like maybe it was like a SNES like port difference.
It was so long ago that I played it, but I feel like I didn't find the fighting as hard on the DOS version.
Okay.
So maybe they just did something weird with the mechanics when they tried to port this.
Right.
This may not even have been a game where they actually ported the code. They might have just like looked at the maps for the other game and just said make a game like this.
Yeah, fair enough. That has almost got Rhino down. Nice. Nice.
All right, very good. Whew.
And just thinking, because I remember before I got my kind of run for this going, and like I was trying to figure out like all the boss patterns and stuff, I kind of did a strat like Feta did right there, and that really started to hurt my hand after a while. So.
Yeah. Oh, you've done it! Mikan has certainly caused something to happen there.
Yep.
And the door is open. Just don't get shot by that thing. There we go. Now really don't. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this next part right here is like the biggest thing, because if you still take a death, you do have to do that boss again.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Oh no. Oh, I said we'll deal with this tomorrow. We'll let someone else deal with this thing.
Oh yeah, you can't bring out your sword at this point.
There you go. Get out of here. Oh no!
Oh,
no. A trampoline. Okay.
It needs to be a trampoline, yeah.
Maybe. So if you just fight it long enough, the bridge gives out?
Yeah, you have to be like at the middle of the bridge for like the animation to like start. And then you have to wait a few seconds, and then eventually it just falls, and then you can...
Oh, goodness. Oh, no!
You also have to grab the bridge, too, so...
It gives you no time. Once you see that the bridge is starting to deteriorate, it's just, it's too late to do anything. You have to just know. Yeah, see, like, Mikan's trying to parry. I really gotta... I don't know. Like, Mikan's really trying. I feel like the game should be more cooperative than this. Like, this is what you get for trying to actually play the game and not just cheesing through it. Now that's an interesting idea. Crouch, get the skeleton on the other side of you, and if you can somehow just back up and kill a little bit of time.
Yeah, crouching is actually how I always got to the other side of them, so I think that was posted on the server at one point.
Oh, okay. But it was too far left. That was too far left to get the rumble to happen.
Yeah, that's why you have to kind of where Mikan is right now is fine.
And then that's okay, because now we're not going to fall in.
Well, I still think she needed to be a little more to the right at that point. And like when you're ducking, you have to kind of be like at the first stalagmites at the top.
Alright, this is the one. Come on. Oof.
Okay, yeah, Goblin in chat says you can also pull your sword and press A to swap sides.
Whew. Okay, Mikan done it.
I'm crazy about this help for this part, though.
Well, hopefully you don't need it, right? 'Cause you don't have to fight.
You don't have
this
to
thing.
fight, but you'll get hit by a few of the traps over here.
Oh, that's true. There's that trap. History, you can only get one more hit in here. Oh! Ooh.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Just relax, breathe. Okay. Now what are we
that
trying to
rolls-
do?
Nope, nope, nope.
Now that's the controls. That's the controls there.
I mean, yeah, that's more than fair. That's more than fair. Because I think she could have still gotten to the carpet from there if she jumped up there.
Yes. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think that was intentional. I think that's just the
Yeah.
controls being bizarre.
Yeah, because like if you just tap the D-pad in one direction, you move like 5 steps forward. It feels
Yeah.
like so.
All right, good job. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Oh, that was making me nervous. Alright, so we jump from that point, and it misses the trap. Oh, the first trap at
But
least.
oh,
Wow.
Oh wow.
Very good. Oh, don't die. Press down.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So here you want to like inch closer by ducking or jumping, and then turn around. And then...
Okay, turn around now, please. Don't jump again.
There we go.
Okay, good. Whoo-wee.
There we go.
All right, the real final boss of the Super 16 is over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Phew. All right, with that, we are done on the broadcast side for now. I mean, for today. But there are still 3 players going. I'm linking you to their streams right now. Please feel free to go in there and cheer everyone along and wish them luck as they continue out here for the long haul. So thank you very much, Slim Kirby, for joining me for this post-race commentary.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I'm always happy to help. I always love doing these events, and it's a lot of fun. It's always great playing some new SNES games and learning speedrun struts for some of my favorite ones too. So I'm glad that this happens every year.
Awesome. Thank you to all the players, and thank you to our previous commentators, and thank you to Smart Alec and to all of our guest commentators who came in, and to all the players who made this so much fun. Thank you to everyone who watched us from the beginning, and yeah, that's it. Go wish some luck to the 3 remaining players, and everyone enjoy the rest of your day.
See you guys later.